Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the January 29th, 2022 edition of Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review, your one-stop shopping for our original shoot interviews from this past week. Will a blizzard hit Boston, or will it fizzle out and provide little snow accumulation? That concern, airline issues, etc., have unfortunately forced us to push back a great in-studio guest for the second weekend in a row, with us not wanting to risk our friend Dutch Mantel, Zeb Coulter, already in rough shape from breaking his leg, being stuck in an airport or delayed or trying to get in or even out of Boston. The folks from JetBlue were fair enough to deal with. We look forward to having Dutch with us much sooner than later, like we do the Berzerker John Nord, who wasn't able to join us last weekend due to a non-COVID illness. I mean, it's been a crazy couple of weeks, folks, and none of it all that great. On top of that, we were looking forward to our live Royal Rumble 2022 watch-along, but unless there's a weather miracle of no snow, I really don't imagine that taking place tonight. Also, barring an extreme turn of events where it looks like things are going to clear up, we will be back with Sunday Night Live tomorrow night at 6 p.m., reliving another WWF Royal Rumble of yesteryear. Stay tuned to our YouTube and social media platforms for more information on that one. So, with all of this great bad news out of the way, for the next few hours, kick back, relax, and remember the good old days of professional wrestling as we talk the 80s, the 90s, even current events, with a variety of superstar hosts. If you're enjoying tonight's content, folks, we ask you to use the Super Chat button. It's open for business like you would if you were going out to eat, if you were going to a bar. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can continue to bring you more superstars and more great content. As always, this is Dan Marotti here at MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, in the zip code of Champion 02176. It is hard to believe we are just 7... Did I say 7? How tired is this guy? Let me try that again. In the zip code of Champion 02176, hard to believe that we are just 11 weeks away from Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall right here in Melrose, Mass. It was great to see a couple of WWE friends last week in Orlando. John Cena Sr. and I had some extremely productive meetings this past week in regards to the event. We've already announced that Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker will be with us. We're waiting on the official thumbs up from Cena Sr. to announce the 5th featured superstar that weekend. Back to the 80s is a mega event that'll feature a VIP Q&A session, 80s Icons VIP group photo, autograph photo fan fest, followed by the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, lighting up the squared circle like it's Times Square in New York City. It's going to be a hot night in Melrose. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. Save over the price that you'll see the week of the event and at the door. Get yours now at bostonwrestling.com. Marty Jannetty is ready to come back to MWF Studios, folks, and rock like never before, but we need your help. Our Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Indiegogo campaign is ongoing now. Not a lot of change since last week, as we're still about 26% of the way to goal to get a full set of tapings in, and we need your help using the link in the description box below, or the one that can be found across our social media platforms. We are not going to be able to do it without your help, folks. It's that simple. It cannot be produced with Dan Marati's wallet. It is the perfect weekend for it. Is Quincy Rastani saying to Deborah McMichael, baby, it's cold outside. Whether you're housebound in the Northeast due to the snow or uninterested in the NFL playoffs, have the professional wrestling history streaming time of your life while helping keep wrestling legends working with early, full-screen, often ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our archives of over 300 full-length studio shoot interviews, our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library that has been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and more by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. New to Patreon, on Christmas Day, we added a watch-along with the Berzerker, where we broke down a WWF Championship match against Bret Hitman Hart. And on New Year's Day, we added a Patreon-exclusive watch-along where Demolition Axe watched Demolition win the WWF Tag Team titles for the very first time from Strikeforce at Wrestlemania 4, which was the first time he ever remembered seeing that match on video. None of these are available on YouTube. They are exclusive for the Patreon family. More great exclusive content headed your way again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Treat yourself to something great from the Boston Wrestling eBay store with merchandise of superstars from every era. To add to your wrestling collection, a man cave open 24/7, simply click on the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below, or just hit the store button on bostonwrestling.com. It's time to kick off Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Oscar of Men on a Mission. The Manager of Champions and I have a supersized episode this week discussing the health of Mo from Men on a Mission, Oscar's excitement about the return of Lita, the Free Mustafa Ali movement, Leo Rush out at AEW, the decline of WWE NXT and Scotty 2 Hotty's comments, Jon Moxley's F-bomb during AEW Dynamite, Sami Zayn re-signing with WWE, and tons more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, WWE Monday Night Raw in Toledo, Ohio is now a thing of the past. You know what that means. It's 11 p.m. It's time for a brand new Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. Before we are joined by the host with the most fans, we want to update you on a few things, send out some positive thoughts to the Berzerker, John Nord. He took ill this weekend. Unfortunately, he was not with us. We hope to have him with us really soon. I'm shooting for maybe even the first week of February, because coming this weekend, beginning Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, Sunday the 30th, and Monday the 31st, we're going to be joined live in studio by future Hall of Famer Dirty Dutch Mantel, a.k.a. Zeb Coulter. He was, I guess, a peer of Oscar at one point, as Uncle Zebekiah. He managed the Blue Brothers. Maybe we could talk to Oscar about that. Don't forget, fans, in addition to Zeb Coulter, we're trying to bring you Season 2 of Marty Jannetty's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty series. We have a prize and experience-filled Indiegogo campaign ongoing as we speak. You can find the link to the Indiegogo in the Premier Chat box on the right side of the screen, the description box below, and across our social media platforms. If every fan donated $1, we'd hit the goal within a couple of days, and we'd have Marty back here in studio quick. Let's keep Marty working and bring the series back to life as his no-holds-barred look at the 80s and 90s continues. Our Patreon streaming service continues to grow. You get the early, full-screen, ad-free access to all of our weeknight Wrestling Insider shoot interviews. You get access to the archives with over 300 full-length shoot interviews. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, watch-alongs, my own new semi-regular podcast that's coming, and so much more. Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, La Familia, at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. It's about the cost of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. The Boston Wrestling eBay store is open for business 24/7 fans. Great merchandise from superstars of every era. Find the link in the description box below, as well as clicking the store button on bostonwrestling.com. As we prepare to deal with this brutal winter here in Boston, we've been dealing with single-digit temperatures. I was happy to escape and find Orlando, Florida, and visit some friends with WWE. We are now less than 12 weeks away, fans, as all roads lead to Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, Saturday night, April the 16th, as we bring you MWF Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s, featuring Jake the Snake Roberts, Saxon Smash Demolition, the Berzerker, and a host of other 1980s icons. We have a VIP exclusive Q&A session, autographs, pose photos, and then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Again, discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. Get the best seats in the house at bostonwrestling.com. If you could, folks, as you enjoyed tonight's Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission, please like, share, and subscribe. Give us a big thumbs up here on the YouTube channel. Share the link with friends. Subscribe for over 2,000 free videos. I'm telling you, we're working our asses off 7 days a week to try and give you guys the best content with these historical videos, current event videos, live wrestling, and so much more. With that said, folks, without further ado, he is the host with the most. He is the man that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena around the United States, around the globe. He led Men on a Mission to Tag Team Championship gold in 1994. We're talking about the one, the only, the O, the S, the C, the A, the R, the Vice President of Boston Wrestling, MWF, Man on a Mission himself, Oscar. Oscar, a pleasure to have you with us as always down in hot Atlanta, even though from what I saw in the weather, it wasn't so hot this week.
No, it ain't. And I'm looking at this memo from upstairs. I don't know what to talk about since I got a letter from the higher-ups. We can't talk about a damn thing, so I don't know.
Oh, wait, you're a little hot under the collar about that. Yeah, the cease and desist about the trespass.
And I'm like, what the, first, woo, you can start. I need to calm down.
All right. Well, we got a lot to talk about in the world of professional wrestling. Last week, I thought we had a really interesting episode, Oscar. We had one of the newcomers to the organization join us. Outside of wrestling, we talked a little bit about Martin Luther King, but more, I guess, I shouldn't say relevant. Martin Luther King will always be relevant. But right now, do you have any updates on what's going on with Mo?
Yeah, he was up and around a few days ago, eating a sandwich, drinking some punch. He moved from the ICU bed to the chair. I haven't gotten an update in the last day and a half, but he was doing better when I last got an update, and it's really, really encouraging. So,
I'm sorry.
You know, just keep your prayers and your positive thoughts, and you know, and he gonna pull through.
Well,
I'm not gonna be the last Men on a Mission member left.
Well,
I'll tell y'all that now.
let's not think that way at all about you or him. We'd like to have both of you around for a long, long time. How are his spirits, though? Do they seem to be up now that he was at least able to get out of the bed and sit in a chair? And, as someone that spent a lot of time in the hospital myself from, the incident that I had, I know that can mean, sometimes the small things can mean a lot.
Yeah, no. Also, the report I got is he was saying some pretty humorous stuff that had his girlfriend laughing, she said. So that's a real good sign. It's just with his oxygen depletion, and they haven't heard from his kidney doctors in quite some time. So they're concerned about that because they don't know, quite where they're at with that. So we have a lot of unanswered questions, about the future of his recovery. But as soon as we get those answers, I'll be more than glad to email you, send you a message so that you can share with the fans on any of the numerous shows that you're doing. And speaking of shows, you have a podcast now?
I'm sorry?
I read someplace about you having a podcast.
Well, just to try and keep the fans up to date on maybe some of the behind-the-scenes happenings of what we do here in the world of Boston wrestling, and to try and entice them to sample our world-renowned Patreon streaming service that costs about as much as a cup of coffee over at Starbucks every month. Yeah, I'm going to do a little Patreon exclusive a few times per month. I think it'll be fun. I don't know. There's a free sample on the YouTube as we speak. I know a lot of people can't stand me, but there's some diehard Boston wrestling fans that actually do enjoy the nonsense that comes from my mouth. And it's always passionate and it's always honest, if nothing else. Maybe sometimes it crosses the line. Maybe sometimes it goes a little bit too far. You know how I get when I get wound up. But, yeah. Nothing over the top. I certainly don't think it's going to hurt the viewership of any of our other shows, believe me. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Well, I'll send you a private link if you want to hear this.
Yeah, please. It'll be the next
Maybe
thing.
A little shooting. Because I tell you, there's one situation you don't even know about that's popped up yet. Oh my dear Lord. Oh boy, do I got to tell you about this one when I get a chance to sit down at the computer. I've been here since 8 o'clock.
No. Before we go,
Nope.
we get off the air, you're going to let me know about it.
I don't have time because I'm trying to edit 2 shows at once. You know me, I'm a master typer, but I mean...
I'll have you tell it right here, right now.
We're
gonna take your pick.
Honestly, I think after you hear it, you'd probably tell me it would be for the best for us not to discuss it right now. But I'll tell you this, you know what? If I'm wrong, we can tell the whole story next week. How about that? We'll give the fans a cliffhanger.
No, I'll put it like this. Tell a story, but don't mention no names.
It's a whole legal thing.
Don't mention no names.
I think it would be impossible not to. Like I said, I'll tell you the story as it is privately, and if you think it's something that we can share,
Gotta wait.
we'll give the fans a cliffhanger for next week.
All right, what cliffhanger for next week?
It's like the old Batman series back in with Cesar Romero.
Big story, funny story. Fans, you gotta wait.
It's not funny, believe me. Oh, no. There's no humor involved in this. I was literally on fire. Coming back to Maradi Hill after being rerouted through St. Louis, Missouri to get home to Boston at 1 o'clock in the morning and open that package up. I was absolutely bullshit, Oscar. I'll tell you that much.
Wait. When did you say Louis going back to Maradi Hill? When did this happen?
This would have been Wednesday night into Thursday morning. It was about 1 a.m.
When did you go somewhere?
I had to take care of some business for one of the talk shows. So, again, I've been going nonstop with no sleep at this studio at 8 a.m., going home the night of the watch-alongs at 10, 11 o'clock. Yeah, I might not make it to April 16th, Oscar. Forget about Mo. Are you there? Oh, all right. Now, put a smile on my face. Is Dreamy Mimi making you some nice breakfasts?
Man, okay.
What do you got now?
Dreamy news.
There's news about Dreamy. How did the party go?
The party went great. I mean, we had we almost got in trouble because Randy was on doing the show. Her and her cohorts was loud. I said something about her cohorts getting loud, and we almost had a major fight about that in front of everybody, including you. You was getting ready to be on the big husband and wife fight we was getting ready to have. But you know what? I was a big man about it, and I walked away from it. And I actually didn't really address it until this morning. So that just goes to show how much I've matured over the years because, yeah, we was getting ready to have a knockdown drag out that was going to ruin that whole weekend. But I didn't go there. I didn't do it. So even I'm patting myself on the back.
Well, I know you put together that whole endeavor for Mimi with a lot of love for her birthday. Did she enjoy it?
Yeah, no, she said it was the best birthday party. She's had some big parties over the years. On every milestone age that she's reached, she's had rented a hall and gotten, the balloons and catered food and, and had a party. But this intimate weekend with just a few of her friends and then my son coming in from New York, and we had the Mimi Dream House going. I mean, they laughed and cried, and we had my son cooked. My son is going to culinary school.
Oh, wow.
So
where in New York does he live, Oscar?
He lives up in Yonkers, New York.
Yonkers, okay. Home of Tommy Dreamer, I believe.
Yeah, between him and my mother-in-law, who's just a master chef, they were in the kitchen getting the catfish and the macaroni and cheese and, all that other stuff together. And we went out to lunch at this nice swanky soul food restaurant. And, and it just, and these were her bestest buddies that came in.
I'm glad you guys had such a great time.
And yeah, it was a really good blast.
And you said what was an Airbnb?
Yep, it was Airbnb.
Well, good. Well,
now here's the good news though. The fun
we
part.
got good news. All right.
I got a call from the record company.
Really?
About an hour ago.
Wow. Today?
And yeah.
Wow.
And the record company told me to prepare for not only a spectacular financial year, but they told me to prepare in the next coming week or 2 weeks or so for a bigger bonus than the biggest bonus that I got last year.
Why the hell can't I get a call like that?
So, so I'm gonna.
All I get is bad news.
Yeah, but I'm giving you the scope of what's happening.
All right.
I'm getting ready to look into moving from this apartment to a nice house, and also getting her dream car, which is a Lexus X5 or whatever the hell it is.
Wow.
And so yeah.
Maybe are you talking about a BMW X5?
No, the Lexus. Oh, the Lexus QR.
Okay.
Q5.
BMW X5 is one of my favorites. And I mean one of my favorites. But anyway, that's a different story for a different time.
But also on top of that, she is also looking at actually getting a job herself to put the cream on the crop. They offered her a job as an administrative assistant here down in Hotlanta for like $25, $30 an hour.
She's not going to do hair anymore?
She's been stopped doing hair. She retired from doing hair.
Oh, she when you guys moved, she officially retired.
Yeah, she retired from doing hair.
Oh,
She
I
don't
didn't
do
know
hair
that.
nowhere.
I didn't know that part. Oh,
She ain't had a job. She ain't did a job. She ain't had a job in a year. She ain't worked on another 2021.
What's Mimi doing every day other than making you your big breakfasts?
Making me my big breakfast and concentrating on. She's been concentrating on ministry. The church is going. She does.
Well, that's true. Yeah. You know, I've seen some of her great videos on
You have
on
seen
YouTube.
some,
No,
okay.
not YouTube. Facebook.
Facebook.
Yeah. She's doing a lot of great work.
Yeah, I didn't know you was following. So she's been concentrating on that. But yeah, they offered her a full-time job working downtown Atlanta, doing administrative stuff. So that just puts the icing on financial cake. So, you know, and I want to tell everybody something. It's not a matter of bragging or being facetious about it. It's a thing to where, you know, I have very, very humble beginnings.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before the WWE, I grew up in the projects of Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that was, you know, when I look back on it, you know, going to the store with food stamps and being on public assistance, and you know, my parents doing the best that they could with what they had to work with. Jobs were scarce. You know, the economy was really, really shaky. It wasn't the Great Depression, but I mean, especially during the Ronald Reagan era. Ronald Reagan era for Black people at that time was, I mean, you know, you had to rob in order to make ends meet. If you were not a decent person.
Wow, I never knew that.
My parents were decent, so you know, you had to get on public assistance to get the kind of help that you needed to consolidate any incomes that you was doing, you know, that you were dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
And so the point being that, you know, from that beginning to what I've been through in life that has been, you know, spectacular up until the season that I'm in now, you know, I thank God for it. You know, I'm really humble about it. And I'm happy not to brag about it, but to share it with you, that you can come from any place and life can get better. You know,
it's a very inspirational story.
You know, I mean, I'm not sitting on a hill in a mansion. I may never get there, but at least I'm in a place where I'm comfortable and in a nice, quiet neighborhood where I can be proud to get up in the morning and go outside and just, you know, just do the things that I really want to do.
I don't think
that's just a really good place to be.
Not for nothing, though, Oscar. I know you have a problem with those set of stairs at the apartment. I don't know if you could climb the mountain anymore.
You know what? Good news.
Good news. What do we got?
I am negotiating those stairs a lot better now than I was when I first got here.
Well, they say, you know what, after 3 weeks, just about anything, it becomes second nature to you. So maybe now that you've been climbing those 3 sets of stairs for a couple months now, you know, you're getting probably losing some weight, too, in the process. Your cardio is probably improving for when you and Mimi have a little private time, so to speak.
Yeah, I used to get up halfway up the first set of stairs.
Yeah.
And I would have to catch my breath. But now I'm getting up the first. See, the way it's laid out, it's a big set of stairs that's first. Then it's 2 smaller sets. Now I'm able to get up the big set and then the smaller set before I have to take a breather. And then getting up that last step is nothing.
Well,
so, you know, and I couldn't do that before.
When you do that big first set of stairs, you should play the Rocky theme song and
you know, I
really motivate yourself.
I thought about exercising to that because I used to walk. I used to walk to that music, and I don't know that you channel your inner Rocky. You play that, and you can walk better. You can walk faster. You got some motivation, and yeah, that really does work. It's funny you mentioned that because it does work.
Did I tell you about my shoes, Oscar?
No, what about the shoes?
Yeah, well, as long as I've known you, I believe you've only known me to be wearing the Nike slides that are so easy on my CIPS-ridden feet.
Yeah, your flip flops.
Well, I don't call them flip-flops. I call them Nike slides. But
Call
well, you can call them flip-flops. But as
them.
a Christmas
Don't
gift,
get mad. I'm sorry.
no, that's all right. We're having fun. Someone had specially made for me. It's called the brand is called Brooks. I guess it's supposed to be really good for support and such. Size 14 and a half extra wide, and it's tough to get in and out of them. But you know, I've been trying to do at least half days wearing these shoes. So I'm little
14 and a half.
14 and a half, yeah.
Your feet are that big?
Yeah.
14 and a half.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Really?
So it was a process just to get them made by that brand, but I'm told that it's supposed to help big time, and you know, maybe as time goes on, I could be a full-time shoe person again, or sneaker person again, however you want to classify it. I have the slides on right now, I'm not going to lie, because, you know, on the days when I have that CIPS extreme pain in my feet, I really don't want to overdo it, but on most days, I've been trying to wear them. And you know what's funny? It's almost like walking on, what's a good analogy? I don't know if Jell-O is the right word, but, you know, I'm an inch or so taller than I usually am, and I have to try and get used to that. It's almost like I feel like I'm in space or something like that.
So when you're now, are you still taking as much medication as you used to take years ago?
Oh,
I mean,
no,
I remember
no.
4 or 5 years ago. I mean, you had like a drugstore.
Well, at one point, I was on 12 Percocet a day, and for those that want to keep track,
Really?
prescribed, not, you know, nothing, not street drugs or anything like that. But no, I have a much more moderate regimen nowadays, thanks to the good doctor himself. And you know what? While the big thing is the steroid that I'm on. While it doesn't take away the CIPS pain, the one thing it does is it prevents the major flare-ups that I've had. And when I have the flare-ups, that's what usually leads me to the hospital. It can be a foot, it could be 2 feet, it could be a knee, it could be 2 knees. My thumb has had some strange CIPS attacks over the past year for some reason. I've had it in the shoulder a couple of times. But the good news is when I take that steroid, it prevents it from flaring up to be the size of a football. The problem I had before was I had a wonderful primary care doctor. I mean, the best, the elite, one of the best people I've ever met. And then he got so sick of dealing with insurance companies and all those scum, he went into education, I should say. And then his practice was taken over by this Indian woman. And then this fool thought I didn't have CIPS, as I'd been dealing with for years. She said it was gout, as if I sit around eating chicken and fish every day. So I had some major battles with this Indian woman. And the problem with this was, once we realized that this steroid worked, okay, I'm having an attack, I need the steroid, I'd have to call and book an appointment. And you know, sometimes it would be a week, it could be a week plus, and my condition would worsen by the day. And I mean, believe me, the people down here in the studio can attest to, I would literally turn into an animal, like Lou Ferrigno when he turned into the Hulk, with the amount of pain I was in, as it would be getting worse and worse and worse every day. And the inflammation would be growing day in, day out, and so on and so forth. So now the good news is I have access to the steroid now. I have a little bottle of them, and when I need them, when I get the feeling that it's really going to start to explode, I take a few and it calms it right down. Now, I'm still in a lot of physical pain, but I don't have that inflammation that leads me to need to go to the hospital. So I'm very, very grateful for that. You know, it's not a great solution, but if when I was having the flare-ups, it was a 10, now it's probably an 8. So I'll take that any day of the week if I don't have to waste my time going to the hospital.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
And, you know, go ahead.
I mean, I'm just still tripping about how much Percocet you got to take.
Oh, I don't take any anymore. I have what I call an emergency bottle. If I am really, 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 really bad, I don't even know how many are left, but I'll take a Percocet or two at that point. But that, like I said, that's just an emergency. The one thing I found that really helps too is when I fly, because I have a really bad spot, probably an inch or two above my ass. When I sit for too long, the pain, it becomes unbearable. But I don't know if you're familiar with CBD oil.
Yeah.
That stuff, when I fly or something like that's almost like a miracle. Problem is, it's kind of a pain in the ass to get. If I had a brain that functioned and I kept track of things, I'd order it online in advance and have it shipped to me like I have had in the past. But there have been times I've forgotten and I've really resented it because, like I said, just a couple of drops under the tongue, it's not the best tasting thing in the world, but, it's natural, and it really helps. It really helps. The Percocet sometimes, like I said, I like to save what little I have just for an emergency when it's really, really, really bad.
Don't they have the CBD oil at GNC?
I don't know. I
believe they do, because I see posters for CBD oil in the window.
I'm going to write a note for that right now, right here on my wrestling notes that we haven't even begun to discuss yet. But
look into it.
Well, here in Massachusetts, I don't know about Georgia, but in Massachusetts, where weed is legal, they have these little dispensaries, and it's not too difficult to get. And like I said, you can even get it through the mail. The Godfather has I guess he called it a special strain. I don't know enough about marijuana to explain it, but what he has, I guess, is only legal in California. But I'd like to try that too if he has a CBD oil version of it. Godfather's a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But with that said, folks, as we've talked about marijuana, CRPS, Howard Miller, and everything in between, why don't we take a timeout? We'll come back and we'll focus on what the show is actually about. Every Monday night after Monday Night Raw, the Monday Night Mission. We'll talk about some current events in the world of professional wrestling. Stand by. We'll be back after this brief timeout. Wrestling fans, on Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, things are getting a little dirty. That's right. Joining us live in studio for the very first time will be our longtime friend, the legendary Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. Dirty Dutch Mantel. Dutch will be with us all weekend for Wrestling Insider tapings, Patreon watch-alongs, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Plus, Dutch will be watching the Royal Rumble with us. For more information and autograph photos, head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session, autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but But our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Marotti, joined by your host with the most, former WWF Tag Team Championship manager himself, Oscar. Again, Madison Square Garden was never the same after you nearly blew the roof off of it at WrestleMania 10. One of the great moments of your career, but a lot going on in professional wrestling, Oscar. Let's try and run through as much as we can with the time we have allotted. Today, as we speak, trending on Twitter is hashtag Free Ali. Mustafa Ali requested a release from WWE a few days ago, and he was actually turned down, which is surprising, considering how many people WWE has released that they haven't found the need for. Ali hasn't been on television since October. The quote-unquote internet rumor mill states that Ali had a major heated confrontation with Vince McMahon over a creative idea for his character. I have yet to speak to anyone in WWE to try and get the inside scoop on what's gone on, but to the naked eye, just a real shame. I mean, Ali was really hot. Ali was ready for a big push, and then he got injured right before the Elimination Chamber that Kofi Kingston won, and Kofi went on to defeat Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania 35. Ali was in for a major push. Since then, he got tossed in that Retribution garbage, which was one of the worst gimmicks WWE has had this decade, and they really haven't done a lot with the guy. He wants to work. In 2021, he didn't work one house show match. He's not used on television. They don't even put him on the B shows that are on the network like Main Event. If they don't have anything for the guy, he doesn't want to be there. Why have that negative atmosphere, I guess, is my thought process.
First of all, you working in an atmosphere where you could have all of your own ideas. First of all, no, let me back up.
All right.
First of all, you ain't big enough to have your own ideas. You ain't a Shawn Michaels, and to date, you're not a Randy Orton or somebody who's big enough to throw their weight around. And then you certainly don't go to Vince and argue about nothing, because all that's going to do is take you back.
Right. And that's
now,
what happened. He hasn't been on TV since October.
Right. Now you find yourself not on TV, and they're not going to release you. So it is their option to just, keep paying.
Put him in purgatory.
Yeah, right. You're going to be like JTG. You're going to get a check every week, but you ain't going to be doing nothing else to really make a living that you was probably making before your ass decided to stick your chest out and jump raw. Because, see, one thing about Vince McMahon, his pride and his ego, he going to show you he's Vince McMahon. He going to show you he's Vince the man.
Well, go ahead.
So getting up in his face and arguing or yelling or voicing your opinion in an aggressive manner is a bad idea. Because, see, the one thing that all these cats seem to forget every now and then they get reminded, you have no leverage whatsoever. Not none.
And we've learned that. I mean, if you go back to last April, the April of 2020, almost 2 years ago now, they've released over 80 talents, many of whom would love to be there right now. Mustafa Ali certainly isn't, a top guy in WWE. If he doesn't want to be there, if he just wants to go out and work, is it really going to hurt WWE if he's not there? I mean, they got rid of Bray Wyatt. They got rid of Strowman. They got rid of, some guys that had some oomph. They haven't done anything with Ali. It's not like they've really promoted his brand. It's not like they're really going out of their way to merchandise him. I don't understand at this point where they've gotten rid of so many. Why bother to keep him around? Do you think they want to do it on their terms? Is that it?
I'm gonna tell you why.
All right.
Exactly. They want to do it on their terms. The only reason that they not getting rid of him is because he want to go. Had he kept his head down and his mouth shut and waited for the next glut of releases, he probably would have been in there. But see, he didn't do that. He let them know that he wanted to go, so in their mind, he want to go and go to another company like AEW and make them stronger so that they can have somebody stronger to perpetuate their collapse or consolidate the competition even further. Now they're not going to do that.
Well, I tell you, I've never met the man, but he's a hell of a talent. I know he does a lot of great charity work out in his native Chicago. If I remember correctly, I think he used to be a police officer before he got involved in pro wrestling. So, he's a good egg. All I can say is we wish him success if he's ever a free agent. I know I'd certainly be very interested in having him in a Boston Wrestling MWF ring. I don't know how John Cena Sr. would feel about that, but I mean, just one hell of an athlete. You only get one run. You only get to be young once. So while he's probably enjoys those checks that he gets from WWE, I can understand the frustration that he just wants to go out there and live his dream and be a professional wrestler. But at some point, do you sit back and say, geez, does my love of the art outweigh the financial income that I'm making from WWE? Because I don't think he's going to get that from Impact or AEW or any other group right now. My opinion.
But see, the problem is he don't know that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He has no idea, no clue. I mean, you got guys that want to expand their horizon, see if the grass is really greener on the other side, and they want to go and spread their wings and find out what's happening philosophically, financially, and, as far as where their talents could take them. Because obviously they're not happy with what WWE is doing or not doing with them, so they want to go someplace else. But WWE, knowing this, they're gonna put the handcuffs on a situation, and they gonna run out the clock on your contract. I mean, it's not necessarily the dumbest move that they can make. I mean, business-wise, I can't see a scenario where I wouldn't do it because it's not unsmart, to do that. So,
do you think? Do you think he made a mistake by posting it on social media that he requested the release?
Oh, yeah. A huge release. Because, see, when you tell everybody, then what they got to do is to save face even, they gotta show that, okay, he done told everybody he want this, and we going to show everybody that he ain't going nowhere. Had he kept it under wraps, and in secret, it would have worked out a whole lot better. See, a lot of these people in a lot of scenarios need to do a social media shut up because it don't help matters none in a lot of situations. You don't gotta tell the world your business, especially, again, I'm gonna use the word leverage, especially when you don't got none. Because then they're going to show you in the world who's boss. So shut up, and when Dewdrop get released, maybe you could be on the list at that time.
Do you think that the fans kind of rebelling against WWE and creating this hashtag Free Ali will help them? Do you think WWE wants the negative publicity that they're basically holding this talent hostage?
Nah, the more Free Ali signs they see, the tighter they're gonna want to hold their grip.
Well, sometimes at the studio, the hashtag is free meals, but that's a different story for a different time. You want to talk about talents on the move, Oscar? One of my favorite people in wrestling. I think he's so creative. I think he's so ultra talented, but again, someone that maybe goes a little overboard on social media sometimes, but I think he's someone that speaks from the heart, that's very passionate in what he says. Lio Rush announced that he's going to be out at AEW on Valentine's Day when his contract expires. I think it's admirable that AEW has released only a couple of people for serious reasons since the pandemic hit, but they have such a large roster right now, so many talents that, in all honesty, they really don't need. But contracts are going to be expiring, and instead of releasing them, they're just not going to renew them, which is, that's business. It is what it is. That's how, a lot of professional sports work. But, Lio Rush lashed out against Tony Khan. He had issues in WWE that he took to social media for. I think Leo would be best to almost hire a business manager to handle all of his public endeavors, so to speak. But as far as in-ring, my God, he's almost like a video game come to life. And I know there's a lot of people that have a strong dislike of him. I think he's fantastic. I thought the world of him since the first time I met him. Your thoughts on a talent such as Lio Rush leaving AEW when his contract is up, of all days, on Valentine's Day?
Well, I mean, I don't think Lio Rush to be untalented, but at the same time, I mean, the truth of the matter is, it's not going to mean nothing, to be honest. I mean, Lio Rush is there. Yeah, he's talented, but AEW got way bigger fish to fry than Lio Rush, because he's in the, he's just in there. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
He's not one of their premier talents.
He's not someone they're pushing for ticket sales.
Right, he's not somebody they're pushing. He's not a media giant within the company, and whether he's there or not there, nobody's going to notice. Nobody's going to care. So happy Valentine's Day, Leo. I wish you well in your endeavors, your future endeavors.
Well, as I can see out the window here at the studio, we have a gentleman named Uptown who's enjoying a cigarette as we continue the Monday Night Mission. When Leo was here taping his studio shoot interviews with us, Oscar, I don't know if you're aware of this, even though you are the vice president. As you know, David Reese kind of assigned John Cena Sr. and I to be a talent relations, so to speak. Leo signed an open contract to compete here in Boston Wrestling MWF. Would you like to see him maybe in Pigottville at Memorial Hall?
Now, see, that would please me greatly.
You like the idea of that?
I like the idea of it because, like I said, he is talented.
Yeah.
So whatever AEW didn't do or WWE didn't do, we would have the good sense to put our heads together and make some plans for this young man.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Now, I believe if he play ball and we do smart business when it comes, I think that Lio Rush could be a leader and a real force in our company. And I think that he would make some good matches. I think we could put him in fantastic storylines. I think he would put asses in seats if we play our cards right and go in the right direction. And we can do what the big boys failed to do with this young man. See, that's the same thing that we could have did with Patrick Clark.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to be touching the Velveteen Dream, Patrick Clark.
Touching Velveteen Dream. But what I'm saying is, before all that controversy, when he was hanging out with us, we could have did it. But okay, but that ship has sailed.
Oh, I agree with you 110%. Before he pulled that BS, and you remember that BS that he pulled with us with WWE talent relations, but now after that situation he had with the teenage boys, I don't think too many people are going to be. I think the dream is ended for the Velveteen Dream.
No, the dream is ended, but what I'm trying to say is...
He woke up from the dream and it didn't end so well.
Those issues did not exist when we had him. He was fresh off TV from Tough Enough, and there was a lot of win in those sales at that time.
Yeah, but I'll be honest. I as much as I've jobbed him out over the past few years, when he was here originally, he was great. He had a good personality, good head on his shoulders. It looked like he was going places, but I don't know.
SmackDown together.
Right, we went to SmackDown together. That's right. Yep. And Leo was with us on that trip too, as well as what the hell did WWE call him? He goes by All Good Anthony Green. They signed him to 205 Live and released him, but I can't remember his WWE name. Shit. It'll come to me, but he was with us. So in that car ride that we had down, when we met up with you, we had 3 guys that all wound up signing with WWE. And now all 3 of them are gone. It just shows you how quick the cycle can be. Because that would have been, August of 2015, I think.
Now that we have the information of when Leo Rush is leaving, let's look at the acquisition of...
we need to rush to action, so to speak.
We need to rush to action because there are other people who are going to be looking at getting Leo Rush.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt the VP.
Do we have a slot for a female in this in the upcoming show?
You'd have to talk to John Cena Sr. I have no idea. I know nothing about the women's wrestling. I don't want to be involved with anything with the women's wrestling. But John Cena Sr. certainly would be the man to speak to about that if you'd like. Do you have a female that you've scouted?
Yeah, I got a fantastic one.
Oh, well, you know what? I'll give you, if you don't have it, Johnny's contact info, and you can reach out to him and maybe set something up.
Yeah, find out. I'm gonna talk to her. And then find out.
All right. Well, funny enough, speaking of wrestling, women's wrestling, I should say, what a great segue. Coming up at the Royal Rumble this Saturday night in St. Louis, Missouri, one of the entrants is the Impact Wrestling Women's Champion, Mickie James, who was part of Trash Bag Gate last year. The Iconics, the former WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, they were released by WWE. They are now with Impact Wrestling, like Mickie James. They turned down the opportunity to be part of the Royal Rumble on Saturday night. What do you think of that, Oscar? Do you think maybe they should have taken Vince's money, even though they're with Impact now? I think it would be good publicity for Impact to have so many of their talents, where WWE is lacking, take part in the Rumble. Well, what are your thoughts?
Well, the Iconics, I mean... The Iconics should have been gone a long time ago. I mean,
they were terrible. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Some people who are just around.
Yeah.
That that they don't do nothing. It's like, all right, the Iconics are going to be in a tag team match. This is a good time to go take a shit or make a sandwich.
Well,
or whatever.
Where WWE is having a hard time trying to fill 30 slots of known women for the Royal Rumble, which I wish they'd just do away with it altogether. Nobody cares.
Okay, well, I don't mean to interrupt you.
All right.
I am excited. Remember we was talking about last week? We was talking about, I think we was talking about women I think we was talking about something, but I am excited about Lita being back.
You're excited about Lita.
I'm very excited about.
Now,
Lita
why are you excited? Not to be an ageist, but Lita's a little long in the tooth. I don't know what she has left to contribute inside the squared circle.
well, this is a good proving ground. We're gonna see what she looked like. But I thought that she was fantastic in her time. I think she still looks great. Matter of fact, to me, she still looked the same. I think she still got a lot of gas in the tank. For some reason, I really think that and believe that. I can't wait to see her Sunday in the Rumble, to see how she fared and see how she looked. And her performance in the Rumble is going to tell us a lot. It's going to be very telling as to whether or not she could stay around for a little bit more of a stretch.
You know
if she looked good at the Rumble, hold on. If she looked good at the Rumble, then she is good to carry the belt for a little run.
Well, I tell you this, with Sasha Banks injured, we had a big laugh about the big four matches that WWE told me about that they had planned for WrestleMania this year. With Sasha Banks injured yet again, believe it or not, Sasha injured, I've never heard of such a thing, but, we hope she gets well soon. If Sasha's out, Bianca Belair won the Rumble last year, and she's slated to challenge for the Raw Women's title against, what do they call her now?
Big Time Bex.
Big Time Bex, Becky Lynch. Maybe
Wait,
could you?
wait,
Whoa! What are you saying?
I thought Doudrop had that match
For WrestleMania? I'm talking about the WrestleMania lineup that we talked about.
Oh, okay.
Oh, just so you know, Oscar, Seven is walking by the window right now.
Who?
Seven.
The hell is Seven?
Well, he doesn't have the best posture, I guess is the best way to put it. But anyway, you know what? I tell you this, with Sasha Banks injured, unless they want to do, I would be shocked if they had Bianca Belair win back-to-back Royal Rumbles. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Lita wins the Rumble and then goes on to challenge Charlotte for the women's title at WrestleMania. I don't particularly want to see that, but, I could see that route. Yeah. Well, we'll see. That's, you know what? For the fans at home, that is my prediction for the Rumble. Lita for the women.
I would definitely want to see. See, I'm going to Dallas, and I had no interest in going to WrestleMania. I had interest in doing other stuff, fighting them crowds and all that kind of stuff like that. And it's just stadiums are just uncomfortable situations in most cases. But for this, I would probably go see that.
You would go out of your way to go to WrestleMania to see Lita.
Well, let's get some contingencies. I need to find a buddy that got a skybox, and so I can be real comfortable. And if I can get that scenario going, then yeah, I want to go.
All right. Well, do you have? Well, let me ask you, since we're talking Royal Rumble predictions, do you have a prediction for the men and women's matches?
Nope, I have no idea.
You have no idea. Well, for me, I'm going to go with Lita, and even though I kind of have inside info that I was given about those 4 matches for WrestleMania, I'm going to think WWE does the right thing, where they were going back and forth, whether it's going to be either Big E or Bobby Lashley challenging Rollins for the title. I'm going to hope and pray that it winds up being Bobby Lashley that wins. I don't think we need a Big E, Seth Rollins title match.
I would think Bobby Lashley would be a shoo-in, and the reason why that is because the reason why Big E don't have the title now is because WrestleMania is not going to be exciting for Big E and nobody.
No, Big E. I don't think Big E could sell out Memorial Hall in Melrose.
No, he can't.
It's a different story for a different time. But and maybe it's a personal thing because Bobby's worked with us so many times in the past, and I think he's such a great guy. But aside from that, I just think from a talent point of view, I'd be much more interested in seeing Rollins against Lashley for the Universal title than I would be Rollins and Big E, which sounds like a match on Raw.
I'm gonna tell you.
All right. Tell me, baby.
My personal thing.
What do you got?
I just cannot get excited about Rollins.
No, he's been castrated since the moment he beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 35. When they decided to go that route to make him Becky Lynch's boyfriend, almost, subservient to her, where she was the man. I mean, forget about it. Nobody cared. That's when they started canceling house shows left and right because the interest was so down. They gave the internet fans what they wanted at WrestleMania 35. Oh, we don't want Brock Lesnar around. He's not there full time. He doesn't deserve to be champion. It's Seth's turn. Well, they gave Seth the title. They put the women in the main event that nobody cared about, and it was a stadium that almost was like a funeral home when the show ended, when they did that triple threat match with the lousy finish when Bex got the women's title. The fans wanted Becky. They gave Becky the belt. And as much as I hate to say it, because I love Kofi, he was one of our guys. He's a good guy. He's helped with some of our fundraising endeavors, even in WWE. But the fans, we want Kofi. We want Kofi. We want Kofi. They gave Kofi the title over Daniel Bryan. You left WrestleMania with Becky, Rollins, and Kofi as the champions. And you pretty much could have flushed the toilet at that point.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the truth. I hate to say it because I think the world of Kofi.
I'm gonna tell you, this is what happened.
What do we got
in basketball?
Yeah, you're a hoops guy.
No, not really. I just pay attention.
You pay attention. All right.
In basketball, when it reaches the apex of sorriness, when it just boils over with the same thing over and over and over again, what they do, or when a team is at its pinnacle, because this is what they did with the Bulls back in like 1996.
Mm-hmm.
They had Jordan, they had Scottie Pippen, they had Rodman, they had the Dream Team, and they would get rings in a row. So what did they do? They disbanded that team, and I'll never understand this. And pundits and coaches alike, from ESPN to sports radio and everybody else, understood this. And a lot of them was trying to explain it to me. I was doing sports for a big radio show at the time, so I would meet these people and have access. I
remember that. Yeah, that's what you did after you left WWF when you were with Men on a Mission. You did the Chicago sports radio. They
would try to explain it to me, and like the Electoral College, I still couldn't get it. I could not understand why they would do something like that. But yet they understood it, so understand this now.
Well, you know what's funny? I don't know if this...
I'm getting to something. Hold on,
I'm sorry.
Let me finish my thought. What the WWE need to do is what they did with the Bulls. They need to tear it all down, start from scratch, and rebuild. That's just my opinion. Keep people that keep the fans buying tickets and coming. Don't get me wrong, but they need to. They really so release happy. Release 3/4 of these motherfuckers you got, and they need to rebuild from scratch and make a whole new brand of products and build up a whole new set of people and go from there.
Yeah.
And that way, we got a whole lot of mystery going on because we don't know who's who. We don't know who's gonna beat who. We can get to grow to love a whole bunch of crop of new people, and then and then build a whole new society within the WWE. That's what I would do.
All right, well,
because all this seeing the same thing every week. I mean, it's gonna believe me, it's gonna catch up to you if you don't do something.
Well, I think just all the declines across the board is a great indication of that. But, Oscar, I'm getting a cue from the back right now. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Monday Night Missions. Stand by. Wrestling fans, on Royal Rumble Saturday, January the 29th, things are getting a little dirty. That's right. Joining us live in studio for the very first time will be our longtime friend, the legendary Zeb Coulter, a.k.a. Dirty Dutch Mantel. Dutch will be with us all weekend for Wrestling Insider tapings, Patreon watch-alongs, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. Plus, Dutch will be watching the Royal Rumble with us. For more information and autograph photos, head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe, Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session, autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay. At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. Dan Marotti along with your host, the former WWF Tag Team Championship Manager, Oscar of Men on a Mission. Oscar, there's so much news. We added one more segment to the show tonight. A lot of talk about NXT. Scotty 2 Hotty, one of the coaches, had a lot to say on Chris Jericho's program about it. What do you think about the brand as a whole right now, Oscar? They were going head-to-head.
I'm going to tell you like I've been telling you for weeks. I don't think nothing. I don't watch it. Don't know nothing about it.
Why do you think it's the interest in it is going down the toilet? They were going head-to-head with they were going head-to-head with AEW.
The reason is Triple H ain't there.
You think that's it?
You had Triple H there, who was the most knowledgeable, pivotal person in WWE, in my opinion. Now, without his influence and his knowledge and his direction, where the hell you think everything is discombobulated now? And I'm not surprised.
Scotty said that the culture has changed greatly since Triple H had that episode with his heart 6 months ago. I'm not quite sure when that happened, but let's just say 6 months ago. But you'd think that NXT was going head-to-head with AEW each week. Some weeks, they'd come away with a win or they were doing a big number. Then they move NXT to Tuesday. And the popularity, you figure, they're not going head-to-head. The numbers may bump up a little bit. And it's gone down. It's amazing. On the flip side...
Then, I just thought about it. to add whipped cream to this ice cream shit show. And William Regal, didn't they get rid of William Regal?
Yeah, William Regal and Road Dogg got the axe.
Okay. Okay. Now you think about that for a second. You got 3 wrestling icons that know nothing, that know everything about the business, and then you put it in the hands of who?
Well, I mean, Matt Bloom is still there running things, and Norman Smiley, and
I don't even know who the hell that is.
Albert, Prince Albert.
Okay. Well, wow.
Well, I'm not saying he would have been my first choice, but
Smiley, I'm sorry, probably a nice guy, but when I used to watch him on wrestling, when I used to watch wrestling down south, I wasn't too thrilled with Norman Smiley. So if I'm not too thrilled with Norman Smiley's career in ring, what kind of confidence do I have in his leadership?
Well, Terry Taylor is still there. He's still running. Shawn Michaels. I mean, you still have some quality people that are involved in the day-to-day training.
Okay, but no, I'm not.
It could, but you know what? I'll say.
I'm not talking about the training. I'm talking about who is in the helm at this damn program writing these shows. Yeah. Exactly.
I know Bruce is getting his hand involved more and more.
Well, I hope. Okay, but see, this is the thing about Bruce.
How many shows can he produce?
Right, but see, no, that's not my point. I love Bruce. I mean, God, I could put Bruce between 2 slices of bread and eat them up. That's how much I love Bruce. Don't read nothing into that, y'all.
Yeah.
That's how much I love Bruce. Bruce is one of the funniest people that I've ever met in the history of my life. And I love Bruce as a person. But Bruce ain't never been no damn wrestler.
No, you're right.
So how much, Bruce to me is great at more of the business end of things. So I don't count him among a pivotal force of running how we run a wrestling show. I'm not either. I put it like this. I'm not either. You could not trust me to be at the helm of running nothing. Not as far as in-ring things and writing shows. Because I can give my opinion about stuff, but that's not who I am. That's not where I come from. I got ribbed because the people were pissed off because I don't come from a wrestling background, yet I got a job.
Well, I mean, it's a good point, but I think as far as getting back to the original point with it, are you surprised where AEW's numbers on Wednesday went up when they didn't have any competition? When NXT moved to Tuesday, the popularity has declined with no competition.
No, but that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. No, I'm not surprised because you got people who know good wrestling who are helping shape the company. You got Cody Rhodes. You got the Jackson brothers. You got Goldust. You got CM Punk.
David Reese.
You got David Reese. You got a whole bunch of people that know wrestling that can give their input and make that ship sail in a direction to the Sierra de Madre. Over here, you either getting rid of or you don't have those people, and you putting the reins in the hands of people that don't know what the hell they doing.
Well, it's disappointing. I think at one point, if you go back maybe right before coronavirus, I would say NXT was probably the best show out of all the wrestling shows on television. And now to me, it's barely watchable at this point.
But look who was sitting on the throne.
Yeah, good point. Well, that's why we have these conversations. All right, well, do you think, what would it take for NXT to start to get its groove back, its mojo? Do you like the fact that it went from looking kind of dark and gritty to like a big rainbow of colors?
I can tell you exactly what they need to do.
What do they need?
It's real simple. You better get on the phone and start kissing the ass of people from the 90s and even the 80s and getting them in that company and getting them in the job and having them restructure some stuff and put them in the right direction, then you'll have a program worth watching.
All right.
It's as simple as that. Get some people in there that know what the hell they doing.
You heard it from the man himself, folks. What about John Moxley returning to television, Oscar? He was getting razzed by a fan that said, "Get that drunk out of the ring." And on an open mic in front of, thousands of people, John Moxley told him to fuck off. Do you think that was a little much for TBS television?
No, I don't think it was a bit much. I would have probably said worse.
What would you have said?
Fuck off and fuck your mama.
Oh, really? You would have said that over an open mic on live television?
More than likely.
Really?
I think that John Moxley being back adds to the already strong brick that they laying. I think it is good. I think he might have went a little too far saying that, but so what? We all gonna forget about it, if not this week, next week anyway. And I think that he is an extraordinary talent, cuts extraordinary promos, got an extraordinary character, and I'm glad he's back. And I hope that he got the help he need, because I don't want to see him go down the toilet. I want to see him make good and do good and just be a powerful character in the company. Be there for a long time.
I thought physically he looked great. So the rehab, I think, did him a world of good. Hopefully he can stay away from the alcohol that was consuming his life, apparently. But interesting, I don't know if you came across it, Oscar, the article in the Toronto Star newspaper about the battle between WWE and AEW. WWE came back at the rise in AEW's popularity with that hot, young 18 to 49 male demographic. They said AEW, there was gory self-mutilation going on, which was similar to Vince's attack on WCW back in '95 when they started to sign Hogan and Macho Man, when Vince wrote an open letter to the board of directors, I believe, of Turner, when he said, I hope the stockholders hold you accountable for this unethically guttural, potentially unhealthy practice of the blood in WCW. I think that was his comeback at losing Hogan and Savage, and Nash and Hall would go on to leave a couple of months later. Do you think that WWE may be a little worried that AEW is doing great in certain demographics, that they can't get to view their shows right now?
I would be. If I was them, I would be really worried. Like we have spent about an hour talking about the problems within WWE. I mean, we weren't even comparing them. So with the problems that they're having, and with AEW doing things right, I would be concerned. And that's why my whole thing with WWE right now is I don't know what changes they need to make. I mean, but they need to make some changes. They need to make a cold, hard look at a lot of things. Madcap Moss is not a star.
Oh,
Boobs
please.
is not a star. Dewdrop is not a star. I mean, you got wasted slots. Well, when you re-sign Sami Zayn, Sami Zayn is a clown. He is not. He's not a star. The Miz that even lost all. The Miz is great for reality TV, and he's good for that comedy show he got with his wife Miz and Mrs. But he done lost all his mojo as being an in-ring performer.
Well, speaking of that, not to deviate from what we were talking about, but did you know that Majo Ouellette, the mother of Maurice, had some relations with John Cena Sr.?
Wait, who?
John Cena Sr. and Majo Ouellette.
Who the hell is that?
Maurice's mother on the reality show.
That John Cena Sr. is a pimp.
He gets around. We thought David Reese had a little mojo, but Cena Sr.
That John Cena Sr. is a PIMP.
He likes
I ain't
him.
mad at him.
He likes him French, I guess. I don't know.
John Cena Sr. I'm gonna tell you, man. He keep his hand on the pulse and close to a lot of his son is John Cena. You know, he messing with the Mrs. Mother-in-law. I mean, you know, no wonder he got a lot of money.
Well, I asked him if she shaved the pits, but he didn't want to answer the question.
I'm sure he did.
You know how those Europeans are. But you know what? As we begin to wrap up the show, Oscar, I was actually going to mention something that you brought up vaguely a second ago. Of all the people to resign to a multi-year contract that nobody cares about, Sami Zayn. Oh, I mean, Kevin Owens was another one I couldn't have cared less if they lost, compared to a Fiend or an Andrade or an Aleister Black or a Braun Strowman. But now they re-signed Sami Zayn to multiple years. And you know, WWE contracts.
I would have signed Kevin Owens 7-1 before I re-signed Sami Zayn. I'm just telling you, it's just a lot of moves. I'm not gonna call them bad moves because I don't know. I'm sure they got reasons for doing what they're doing, but moves that I don't understand. You understand what I'm saying?
I would have rather have seen them kept, you know, quote unquote, some of the smaller NXT guys like Kyle O'Reilly. He doesn't have that, you know, cosmetic WWE look, but then again, neither really does Kevin Owens or Sami Zayn. You know, if I never saw Sami Zayn or Kevin Owens in a wrestling ring again, I would not cry. I would not be disappointed.
Yeah, well, I mean,
what do you see in Sami Zayn? Do you think there's money in him?
You know, I read someplace when he got released, and I don't believe everything I read on Facebook because a lot of that stuff is made up. But when I read that, I wanted to believe it so bad. I actually got excited. So, but no, I don't understand that. I mean, I don't understand it. Now they want to put him in an angle with Johnny Knoxville to promote this jackass forever. It's all just stupid.
Yeah, I can see a really bad skit or a really bad vignette at the Royal Rumble.
That goes to show you, you have got to dig deep into the trenches of dumbassness, to find something for him to do. So why re-sign him? Why renew his contract? You got to go out of your way to find something to make his dumbass do something.
He is what it would be referred to as hot garbage.
Yeah, well, like I said, you know, it ain't our money.
Well, I mean, Owens got big money. If they gave Sami Zayn big money, I'd choke, considering some of the people that are no longer there. I mean, like I said, he is the personification of nobody cares. He looks like a garbage man, or he looks like his roommate is Oscar the Grouch. I don't see the appeal, but that's just me. I don't know. They didn't call and ask for my opinion, as I like to say.
You're right. You ain't gonna answer this.
All right.
But are you like a minimal stockholder? You have a pretty good position.
Well, I mean, I have WWE stock. I certainly don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars of WWE stock.
Okay.
But I have, I have enough.
Yeah, no, because Mimi and I, we were talking about it over lunch. I'm like, he must have I'm not saying he's a major stockholder, but he must be up there because they do more stuff for you than me, and I take offense to that. But I'm like,
I have always stated this. I've always stated this. I developed some great relationships when I worked with Ed Cohen. I get to meet some, a lot of people that are still in the office now, many people that have been canned from the office. But I almost think they look at me as like, did you ever see National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation?
Yeah.
I think they kind of look at me as Cousin Eddie. Anytime they need a little mission done, if they need to find someone's phone number, if they need to find someone's address, they know if they can't get the simple answer. Usually, and I don't think I'm exposing anything, usually the go-to guy is Jerry Briscoe. If they need any information or intel on anybody, they call Jerry Briscoe, and Jerry Briscoe gets it or has it. If they don't have Jerry Briscoe, then usually they'll say, you know what, get a hold of Marotti. And then they get a hold of Marotti. But instead of that nice plum full-time job I'd love to have, they're very generous with things like merchandise and tickets, which is nice. I appreciate it a great deal. I always feel very grateful for the nice things they've done for Baby Marotti over the years with some of the great, merchandise and collectibles they've given him, which I don't even think he realizes what the value that he has in his bedroom. But, like I said, I feel like Cousin Eddie. There was a situation, was it before coronavirus or during coronavirus? But there were 5 people that they needed to track down. And they put me on the case, and we found out that unfortunately one of them was dead. So I guess I don't know where the royalty check went to. As I guess they reached the $50 threshold, and they needed to get the checks out. But unfortunately, George Wells was no longer with us.
Oh, this is what I want to ask you. Now, how current is the current encyclopedia? The most current?
I think they just released a 4th one. I think within the past year at least, they've released a 4th one. I don't know why they released them so quick.
I'm going to tell you why I'm offended.
Are you not in it?
Well, I asked the guy, I said, and the guy who writes the books,
mm-hmm.
I said, can I please get my own little section in there? And
they group you with men on a mission.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't say he'll see what he could do. He told me, yeah. He told me, yeah, basically.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a 5th.
Yeah, but I don't expect it because he told me, yeah, but, I don't know. For some reason, for some reason, this I could tell you this, and I could tell our fans, and even Mo would agree with this, and Mabel, I don't know what happened, and I hate to say this out loud, but I'm not gonna say that we blacklisted, but I will go as far to say that we blue listed.
Blue listed, all right.
And yeah, when I say blue listed, I mean you got some people on a blacklist where they won't even take their calls or they won't do nothing for them.
Right.
But I talked to Sue, and I was talking, had conversations with Triple H at the legacy dinners, and they, and all that,
mm-hmm.
And all that's cool. But Carrano would avoid me like I owe him money or something.
Well, the good news is he's gone, so you don't have to worry about him.
Well, I'm glad of that. But there was something just internally wrong because, we never really been invited to ever do nothing else.
Have you ever tried to talk to Johnny Ace?
No,
I think he's very cordial. I've had good interactions with him.
And, I talked to...
well, apparently not.
I talked to Carrano, and I asked him a couple of years back, if I could come to a WrestleMania Access, and do some rapping,
Yeah.
And the answer was just straight out no. And I'm like, what the fuck did I don't cursing so much. What the hell did I ever do to you or to y'all or to whatever? And as far as our Hall of Fame dream, I don't never expect to see that happen. I'm just sorry. I just don't expect to see it.
Well, I think
I don't know why I don't expect to see it, but I don't.
I think you rapping at the Axis would kind of be a lot of fun, but that's just my opinion.
That's That was my thought too.
Because I've seen it at the Cauliflower Alley Club, and everybody has, they have a great reaction to it.
So anyway, yeah, I just wanted, just
wanted to throw that out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just, and if there was something that has ever been said or done, even if it don't result into nothing, I would like to jam, say I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whatever I did to offend.
Well, do you think maybe it's
half of Mo and Mabel? I'm sorry.
Do you think it's maybe a little residual heat? We have, Viscera Mabel wasn't always the most liked guy. And then you had the situation with his wife being a pain in the ass after he passed away.
Yeah, but no. These situations or this kind of heat or this kind of semi-heat, this was long before any of that ever happened.
Oh, really? Okay. See, I didn't know that. Because you and I have only been friends since, 2014, I believe.
Yeah, all of this I'm talking about that I haven't felt this happened, long before that. So I don't know.
Well, I can only hope at some point you get a chance to rap again. Like I said, I would love to see you at a major WrestleMania setting, rapping in front of 80,000 people. I think the fans would go crazy. They went crazy, even though I'll say this, I really don't think Men on a Mission was a great tag team. There wasn't much there, but I think they had a hot introduction. Mabel had good size, so that was interesting. They were colorful, but your rap, I think, made the whole gimmick. And I think, like I said, I would love to see you at a stadium show getting to do a rap at least once. And I think the fans would go crazy. And I think WWE's eyes would really open. They'd be like, wow, okay, look at maybe there's something here. I mean, I don't know what role you could play on, even on a semi-regular basis, but I know your raps get over great. I know your raps are original and come from the top of your head. And I think, like I said, I think WWE would be amazed if they gave you the chance to have the microphone and do something, so some kind of a rap. What, I don't know, but
yeah. The thing is, though, no, I'm not looking for a regular spot. I ain't got the bandwidth for that no more. I really don't.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, and I don't think I told you this, it was. I mean, all my whole career, I did the WWE thing, and I rapped in front of everybody at every, arena. Never got to do a stadium show, and I never got to, I never got to make a record. But Staunch Moderates made that dream come true, before the end of Oscar, before my death.
Right.
To actually get in the studio and make an album. I mean, I wanted to do that. My last bucket list dream really is to do a stadium show of some sort, because through my WWE career, they didn't start doing stadiums till after I left. And that's the one thing I wanted to test my chops at a stadium and see if I can get that reaction, one time at least at a stadium. So
to me, the only thing that would
one thing that I want to do.
To me, the only thing that would make that idea better is if David Reese was on the stage waving his hands like Mo and Mabel used to.
Okay, folks, with that being said.
All right, wrestling fans, I think that's the take it home, baby. We had a lengthy episode, but a lot of material to discuss. We'd love to know what you thought of the episode. If you're watching live on Monday night on the premiere after Monday Night Raw, share your thoughts in the premiere chat box on the right side of the screen. Or if you're not watching Monday night, if you're watching after the fact, in the comment section below. For my partner in crime each and every Monday night after those 3-hour Monday Night Raws, Oscar, the Man on a Mission, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next week. Until then, you and yours be healthy, be well. Good night from Boston and Atlanta. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th. Wrestling fans, welcome back. Always interesting to hear from Oscar as the VP of Boston Wrestling Sports. He's always working on big things. 2022 will hopefully be a spectacular year. Knock on wood. Speaking of content, we're ready for Season 2 of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. We'd love to have Marty Jannetty back ASAP to share his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s, but need your help to make it happen. Our interactive prize-filled Indiegogo campaign is ongoing now. Look for the link in the description box below or across our social media platforms. It was great to talk with Marty this week. I look forward to kicking off Season 2 shortly, as we've noted. Just Incredible will also be back soon for Wrestling Insiders Extreme on Tuesday nights as we look into the world of ECW. We're going to be running special supersized marathons on Tuesdays until then. Up next, the Ho Train makes a special pit stop on Wrestling Insider's Special Edition. The fun-loving Godfather joins us once again to discuss the World Wrestling Federation in 1992. He talks Wrestlemania 8, The Ultimate Warrior, the Legion of Doom now with Paul Ellering, the Ugandan Giant Kamala's return, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to the installment of Wrestling Insiders. I've been having a lot of fun with the Godfather on the show.
It's always fun when I'm around. That's
Sometimes
too much fun.
You're not wrong. I don't think we can ever have too much fun on these shows, but my gosh, just the variety of guests we've had out here in Las Vegas preparing for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. We had one that vanished, but Kevin Sullivan, his unique perspective on wrestling, where he was not only one of the great villains and evil characters in wrestling history, but everything he did for the fans behind the scenes in his booking and creative work. Then we had not one, but as a result of the vanishing, I don't know if a Papashango put a curse on him, but we wound up with 2 days of D'Lo Brown, which was so much fun.
Right.
We're finally, usually we are a 80s focused group more, but it was nice to talk a little attitude error, and hopefully we're going to get to that point with you probably several hundred episodes from now with the speed.
Wow.
But we're detail-orientated people. You know what I mean?
There we go.
You guys, you want the history, you want the stories, we'll give them to you the best we can. That's why I'm at that TV studio 7 days a week, unless we're on excursions like this. 77 consecutive days. I felt like you at the strip club before I finally made my way out to Vegas. Before that, 2 days off, then 71 consecutive days before that. Some days I'd wake up, I wouldn't remember what month it was.
That's putting work in.
What time would you usually get home?
From?
When you used to work at the Cheetah Club.
Oh, I was there till 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd go in and I'd be in there in the morning for a little bit, but I'd go back at 11, 12 at night, stay till 4 or 5 in the morning.
Wow.
24 hours.
Now, would you do just 5 days a week?
Whatever. If I was in town, it would be anywhere from 4 to 5. I was leaving on the weekends a lot, you know, I was doing other things, but at least 4 or 5 days, but probably all around 10 hours a day.
Wow. Yeah, those are long days.
Yeah.
People, you know, granted, I don't have the luxury of the quality. If people ever saw some of the women that came in and out of the studio, I don't think they would be Cheetah Club quality individuals. But I don't want to go too far in case they're watching the show. Yeah, as we noted in the last program in the spring of '92, we were getting ready for Wrestlemania. Some great matches that were being built up, but there were those scandals that were popping up all over TV. You weren't a regular on the house shows yet. You were pretty much just doing television tapings and pay-per-views and such.
Right, at first.
Did you ever sit back and, you know, put on Donahue or Geraldo and see one of these shows and say, what the hell am I getting myself into?
No, because my life was so exciting and extravagant and crazy. It was just another thing I was doing. Wrestling was no more crazier than my normal life. From being a biker or working in the clubs, I mean, my life has been exciting the whole time. So it was just another form of something that I could do to have fun and get away from Vegas and enjoy myself. Really was.
You know, one thing I could say about you is, and you gave, and people can look it up if they didn't see it, but you mentioned your real age on one of these shows. And you know what? If you told me personality-wise, less than half, I'd believe it.
Really?
You know, it's not about how old you are; it's about your spirit. You know what
Oh,
I mean?
I've got a young spirit.
My ex tells me I'm the world's oldest 12-year-old. So that's about, with my, I guess, sense of humor and whatnot. That's what she thinks of that. But with you, you give off such a nice vibe, a nice spirit, and so on and so forth. You know, I think those are the types that live forever. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm trying. I'm
That-
doing the best I
those
can.
that retire and they slow down and they sit still and they do nothing. I don't think they got a long run ahead, but that's just one man's opinion through observation. But this one is important to me. I know I had mentioned that Jerry Briscoe, the acclaimed Hall of Famer himself,
Captain.
a man that could probably twist me into a pretzel if he wanted to, even at his age down there in sunny Tampa. Oh, he's a little outside of Tampa, but sunny Tampa, Florida. You know, he took great offense to some of the things that happened during this time. And he has always said to me, anytime you can get it in to get the real opinion from the guy. So it is one thing that I do want to include. At the time, again, the scandals of '92, you saw Terry Garvin involved in creative X-Nade and Mel Phillips, who was a ring announcer X-Nade, for their involvement as the cream team, so to speak. And there was a lot of evidence towards those two. But just because of his preference in life, Pat Patterson was included in that grouping, and he tried to resign to try and save face for the company, and Vince McMahon refused to accept it. He did leave the company for a few months, but ultimately returned, and he stayed with the company until the day he unfortunately passed away not too long ago. But for you, your memories, your thoughts on the late, great Pat Patterson.
Bret Hart told me at one time, he says, hey, if you want to impress anybody, it should be Pat, because Pat doesn't think you can work. Pat doesn't want me to work with you. Pat says you're going to ruin my career. And he goes, but I told him, dude, this guy can work. I'd love to work with him. And so it was good knowing that. But after that, you know, after a while, I guess I grew on Pat. We became cool. We talk about golf and other stuff. I didn't play golf, but he did. But at the end, I mean, he'd see me and he'd call me Papa Shango. What's up, Papa Shango? So at the end, we were cool. You know, he was all right. Yes. I didn't get involved with his life or who, but he was always cool with me after that.
It's just sad that because the one thing about the internet is it's great that you can access information so easily, but sometimes there's inaccurate information that can stay out there for a lifetime. And there are things out there about Pat like that right now that Billy Graham even later recanted and said he made up. But, you know, the thing is, once someone puts the dirt out,
It's out
a lot
there.
of the places don't go out of their way to retract it once the real story comes up. So I'm going to ask you a kind of an odd question you probably don't get asked a lot. But again, like I said, with Jerry, where it's important to him, where they were so tight, were you ever propositioned or in any way, shape, or form like that for your job?
No.
Well, that's all I wanted to know.
Not at all.
That's all I wanted to know. I think it's, because you know what?
Nor do I know of anybody that was.
It's out there as supposed facts from these experts that never worked in the company
Right.
or ever met these people. I think it's important, even though to you it's kind of a goofy question. I think the more people that actually say it, I think it's important that it gets out there.
We all knew Pat was gay, but I mean, he
It
didn't
was
flaunt
not a
it.
secret. The sky is
Yeah, I
blue.
mean, we knew Louis, we knew everything, but
He was the barber.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I'd never seen him come on to anybody or proposition anybody or know of anybody that he did.
No. And
Yeah.
I just think it's sad that, you know, there are people that I
Yeah,
don't know why, but they'll
none of
believe
us cared. I mean,
anything they read online, they just believe to be fake.
Yeah.
And that's not the Pat Patterson that I knew. It certainly is not Jerry's, you know, who was his best friend. And it hurts, you know, to see people that you care about slandered like that. You know, it's nice that Billy Graham wrote a book 15 years after the fact and said, no, I made it up. But, you know, all of these newspapers that wrote those articles, they didn't say, oh, geez, 15 years ago, here's the headline, 15 years ago, Billy Graham lied. That's not how it works in any form of media, whether you're talking movies, politics, anything like
Right.
that. So I just like to try and set the record straight when we can on these shows. But on a much more positive note, take us back to the big one, the birthday of Reno Chastain, August the 5th, 1992, the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, I know you've told me that it takes a lot to impress you. Was there anything impressive to you about WrestleMania 8? Your first one. If you say no, I'm going to be shocked.
I was, dude, every show was big back then. There was another show, was another pay-per-view. I mean, I was so concerned with, and I know there's some things that went wrong in that, but I was just concerned about what I had to do. Mm-hmm. And that's all I was thinking about is what I had to do. And so, but no, I mean,
really?
I know it's a big thing, but it's just another show to me. It's a big show. But I mean, every show was a big show.
Did you have any family or friends that came out for it? No. Just yourself.
Just me. My wife might have been there, but I mean, we're doing a lot of traveling and those things. You're so busy, you don't have time to spend with your wife anyway.
Right. There's a lot of activity.
And
outside of the event itself.
Yeah, she's more like, I don't want to go and be in my room by myself and waiting for you, and you're busy the whole time. So
she'd rather see you just have a day off.
Yeah.
Again, interesting show. We saw the Legion of Doom, who I was always a big fan of, who got honored here at the Cauliflower Alley Club. Hawk had a suspension for some of the reasons that we've talked about. The WWF went out of its way to try and clean up. It cost them their wrestling spot at the show, but it was able to bring in Paul Ellering, who was their legendary manager in the NWA. Because I enjoyed Paul so much just sitting with him at dinner and his lovely wife Joan this past weekend. Any memories out of the ordinary of Paul Ellering, who had a couple of cups of coffee?
He had a couple of cups. I would see him in the gym. He didn't go to the bars and hang out where I would see him in the gym, and he was cool with me. I never really got to know him too well, but I mean, hi, how are you? That type of deal. You know, I was friends with Animal and Hawk really well, but
really?
Yeah, but he wasn't around much, and he wasn't on the house shows, I don't think either. I think he was just on TV.
Very smart man.
Yes.
He studied that Wall Street Journal. He was even talking down at the dinner about how he was talking about commodities and stocks and trades. And
that's interesting.
Wasn't a bad guy for Joe and Mike to have around and help guide with all that money they were making.
Yes.
And oddly enough, you know, you see wrestling managers all around, but he, in a lot of ways, took over their life as their real life manager. He would help them with their travel and to get
Zubas and all that stuff.
Oh, the Zubas, my God. Can you imagine? They maybe have made more money off of those than they ever did wrestling. They did very healthy with the wrestling.
Yes, they did. Yes,
but
they did.
I had no idea until just a few years ago that they were involved with the ownership of that company.
Oh, yeah.
There's those pictures with them and Dan Marino, the legendary Miami Dolphins.
They owned part of that company.
Yeah. Smart business people.
I know Paul hooked that up for him too. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Or he maybe suggested it to him?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, see, I didn't know Mike all that well outside of a few here and there's. But Joe, I knew quite well. We had set up an appearance. We were going to do a back to the 80s retro type reunion with independent wrestling on it right before the virus broke. And then a couple of months later, unfortunately, we lost Joe.
Yeah.
And he wanted to try and test out the waters with the talk show like this. Your memories of the late, great Joe Laurinaitis?
Good guy. I rode the roads with him for a while. Both of them, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'd stay. Me and Joe roomed up for a while. Go to the gym. I like Joe 'cause he'd always go to the gym. He didn't drink either. He didn't go out and party.
No, he was very
he didn't.
Very
he did
than
not
Mike.
party.
No.
And so he would drag me to the gym, and he was a good dude. I think just before he passed, his wife had reached out to us because it was his birthday.
Yes.
And we all did videos for him and stuff, and then he died. But good guy.
Just a couple of days
gyms. We hung out in a lot of gyms. Joe was strong.
Oh.
Joe was a 500 bencher.
He looked almost kind of like the Tasmanian.
Yeah, he was strong. Big bench. Big bench.
And very wide.
Yeah.
Good man, honest man.
Never seen him drink. Never seen him party.
Never saw him had a drink, really?
Not that I can remember.
I don't remember either, to be honest.
Not that I can remember.
But I think it was probably good that Hawk had that influence, or it could have even been worse for him if he
Right.
didn't have, Joe and Paul to kind of try and keep him grounded the best they could. Hawk, he was a
Mike
wild
was
guy.
Mike was a wild man.
The best they could try and keep him grounded.
Mike was a wild man.
That one, not necessarily a shocker, even though he passed very young. But Joe, you just going on
that was a
anniversary
surprise.
trip
Yeah.
with his new wife, and that one really pulled on the strings of my heart. Yeah, other than the gym, maybe a favorite story about Animal, because I like to highlight our friends.
Like I said, it was riding down the road and gyms with me and him. He didn't live that lifestyle that he
wasn't out pimping.
He was not out pimping and smoking and doing all the stuff that I did. Two different lifestyles. So very friendly with him. I've been to his house more than once when he was in Minnesota. But we didn't hang out together because he didn't live that life like I lived.
Yeah.
So, just my stories are all in strip clubs and bars and with women, and those are more my stories, and he wasn't part of that.
And him and Paul will go into the gym and read in the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. Great guy to go to the gym with. You'd always go to the gym every day.
That dedicated.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and it showed, and he paid attention to detail, to every minute detail of his craft, and I think that's why they were so successful.
I'm probably more friends with the degenerates than I am the good guys.
I wouldn't say that. I like a lot of the BSK guys that have appeared with us over.
That was a hell of a group. Still
I don't
is.
call them degenerates. We just had Savio with us for the first time last year.
Yes.
Detroit Drive, and he was a lot of fun.
Could you understand him? He's the only person I know that's been in the United States for 50 years and still can't speak English.
There were a few times. You know what I mean. There were a few times it was a little challenging, but we got through 4 fine episodes that the fans enjoyed.
Right.
And we did the cyber autograph signing just like you did. So the fans had a lot of fun with them, but I think those that maybe would have been able to interact with him in Spanish would have done better than me, but hola. All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to say adios. We'll be back after this brief timeout to wrap up the show. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger art print, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan, direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. I guess I should say hola again. Welcome you back if you heard our first part about Savio Vega. AEW is done for the night. We continue our great series of episodes with rotating legends and superstars here on Wednesday nights on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Again, the premiere chat is open. We love to hear what you guys have to say, or maybe write is the better way to put it, as the show is actually happening. The super chat button is here to try and help us keep the lights on. You can turn into Jim Duggan and give us the big thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for free for access to over 2,000 free videos. Anything you can do to help us get the word out to new fans, whether it be sharing a link on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, it means a lot because I truly believe inside of here that the more fans, even if they're lapsed fans that gave up on pro wrestling present day, once they find these shows where we talk about the quote-unquote good old days, they're going to get hooked and they're going to love them, and we have a hell of an archives. Back to WrestleMania 8. Again, you did have your big spot in it, but before we got there, funny enough, you talk about almost young like a baby. The Undertaker defeated Jake the Snake Roberts to extend his WrestleMania undefeated streak to 2.
Wow. That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Now, I'm going to guess you wouldn't think way back when that would turn into the Phenom. You can't call it a storyline, but one of the great stories in wrestling was Undertaker's WrestleMania streak. That, no matter whether there was a title involved or not,
that was something the fans look forward to each and every year that man competed in.
Is that record still hold today? Does he have the record still? There's nobody come.
No, he lost twice.
No, up until
but
he
I mean,
lost.
As far as the number
Yeah,
of wins,
yes.
Oh, no.
The first time was Brock, right?
Stratosphere. Brock was at WrestleMania 30 in New Orleans.
I think that was the first time. I was there.
And he lost to Roman at 33.
I was there on that one too.
Yeah, because I think they thought that was going to be his last night. But he went on to have a few more. And yeah, I'll ask you this, because I had a question about the match itself. But, do you think, and you were a good friend of the man, I know he's retired. They had that great ceremony that you were part of at Survivor Series. But do you think somewhere out there in some mind, maybe there should just be one official retirement match, even if they went the giant Baba route in All Japan, where they maybe turned it into a 6-man or something
right.
like that. I think if you advertised a retirement match for him, not only would it be big money, but I think the fans would just be in heaven. For the final match to be something like a movie, I don't know. But you know what? He has earned the right to decide on his own how he wants the road to end for him. But I just wonder if there is somewhere in there a place where just that one, or a singles match with the right opponent that can just help him look great and overcome his certain limitations that he has once you reach a certain age. But I would like to see it end like that. The part of me that still enjoys pro wrestling is from a fan point of view, I guess.
I would never say never, but when we talk, we never talk wrestling. If we do talk wrestling, it's back in the olden days, those Memphis days. He's never said this, but he's told me before that I'm trying to get out, but Vince just won't let me go. But he told me the last time, he goes, I'm done. And he's never told me that. So if he does again, I mean, I'd never say never, but I don't think he will. I think he's beyond that now.
It was interesting. Percy told me, I guess at one point, it certainly could have changed or evolved, but he had a certain way he wanted to do it, and it didn't happen that way. So that, in my mind, always left interpretation to maybe there is maybe one bullet left in the gun. Who knows? I think the fans would love it, but like you said, I mean, if there's anyone in this industry that has deserved the right to say, you know what, the time has come. It is a guy that put in well over 30 years to make people happy and enjoy the product that we love.
Sacrificed his body and wives. I think he's done, but like I said, I'd never say never. But
you can't.
I don't think it's about money with him. I can almost assure you it's not about money. So I don't know.
He signed a 15-year contract, so I mean he can't be hurting. What I think is amazing is this chatter that Ric Flair wants to try and go in one more time when he goes to AEW, and you talk about a disaster waiting to happen for a guy that's almost died.
I don't know if he can get licensed to do it.
They'd have to do it in the state without a commission.
Yeah, they couldn't do it here.
Oh my God! Can you imagine?
But why? Why would he?
Just loves it. You know what I mean? I guess it'd be like you if you wanted one more run pimping and another 10
I can tell you for sure I'm done. I can tell you 100% I'm done.
Do you remember? I know you usually just paid attention to your stuff, and that was pretty much it. But there was some shenanigans with Undertaker and Percy and Jake the Snake that night, where on the cuff Jake changed the finish on them. Instead of it being, Undertaker giving him the tombstone and the finish. 1, 2, 3. Jake said, no, let's go outside. And he took the tombstone on the floor and was then rolled back in. And I remember Percy said they chewed the ever-living fuck out of him once they got to the back. Do you ever remember anything about that? Or no, nothing about that story?
No.
It's a shame if true because, as we know, Undertaker was being groomed to become one of the immortal faces of WWE.
Right.
And for him to be just kind of sleazy like that, I don't know.
I've never heard of that, so I've never heard of it. So.
The finish was going to be Undertaker goes over clean. It was Jake's last night. He claimed.
I can see Jake back then doing something like that.
Yeah, he claimed he had a deal for $3 million a year on the table from WCW, which I think you and I both know the finances of 1992. and there weren't a lot of $3
No,
million.
no, there wasn't.
There may have been rosters of $3 million, but not individuals getting that much.
No.
But anyway, Jake said he was headed to WCW to make that big money with his dad was an agent, and he was going to wrestle, and he was going to book, and he wanted out. And he said the only way, I don't remember how exactly it was worded by Percy, but you know, he put over Undertaker clean, and he just wanted to go. And then when they were in the ring, instead of doing it clean, he had Undertaker tombstone him on the, you know, outside the cement on the blue pads, and then rolled them back in. And when they got to the back, the grill position, they were like, "What was that?" And I guess that's why when we had done these with Percy, I had asked him about other matches, and he'd say, "Maraudie, do you know what the hell we were dealing with when we got to the back? Jake changed the fucking finish on the fly, and all they did was chew the shit out of us for the next month."
Yeah.
So, unfortunate.
It sounds like something Jake would have done back then.
Yeah, no need for that. Come on now. But, you know, I thought the show was good. You had a great Intercontinental Championship match. Roddy Piper did one of the few jobs he ever did in the company, clean, to put Bret Hart over and try and break him up, knock him up to the next stratosphere. You had, I think maybe they pulled the gun too soon, no pun intended with what we were talking about, but I always think wrestling is more interesting when you have the baby face going after the heel. And in Macho Man's first attempt, he got the title from Flair, which almost you'd think would end the feud, but it continued with a lot less heat than maybe if Flair somehow retained it and Macho continued to chase him that summer. But it all culminated that night with the big one, the immortal Hulk Hogan, he had so much heat on him, they said, let's try and salvage this by saying this might be his retirement match against Sid Justice.
Right.
And I guess I'll start with this one. For the finish, was there an issue with the referee? Was this?
You know what? I've never watched it. I don't know what happened. All I knew is what I had to do.
Was there supposed to be a pinfall finish?
Don't know.
You don't even know that. Okay. You just know you were headed out after.
I mean, at that point, if you were ever going to be overwhelmed, that was it. You're going to be involved in that. I knew what I had to do. Okay. I was green, so they're like, do not go until we send you. Okay. Normally down the road, I would have knew how long it was going to take me to run it, and exactly I would have knew more about what was going on in the match.
Right.
My only concern being involved with Hulk and all these guys, what is it I have to do? I have to run up there, jump, do this and that. And what happened with me, I don't remember what the finish was supposed to be. All I knew is what I had to do when I got there, and I did what I had to do when I got there. Okay, I was sent late. The person that, I'm not going to give up the person he had to give me up because he's not around anymore. Okay. But he just forgot he had to send me. All of a sudden, he's like, "Oh shit, go!" But it was too late at that point, and I ran as fast as I could. But here's the thing. That was a long entrance. I was blown up. But here's the thing. I never heard a word about that botched finish. I guess Sid or something. I guess Sid kicked out of Hogan.
Yeah, Sid kicked out.
Okay, I never heard anything about it ever. Did I hear one thing from one person until later on, years and years and years. I'm doing signings, and people are asking me about it. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about, because I didn't know. Okay, the reason I never heard nothing about it wasn't my fault.
Right. Yeah. Well, you didn't certainly.
They said, what happened? Why was he late? I said, I'm late. Shit. You know, it was like that. So I never even heard about it.
I think where Hogan was going for at least quite a while to try and get away from the stress and the scandals and so on, if you're going to push Sid, why have him do the clean job if Hogan's the one leaving? You know what I mean? To me, I would want to keep Sid strong, but one man's opinion.
That's why Sid left, baby.
Your thought on, at the same time, moments after you got involved with Hulk Hogan in the main event of WrestleMania, out comes the return of the Ultimate Warrior. I mean, you talk about two of the elites of that era of WWF, and you're standing in the ring with them.
Not being a real big wrestling fan, they were just, I knew of their personas, but they're just people. I mean, I've had dinners with the leader of the Hells Angels in Oakland. I've had dinners with this. I've been involved with a lot of stuff. I have not had a normal, oh my God, that's Hulk Hogan. That's just somebody else that was on top of the game. You know, I didn't want to mess up, but I wasn't in awe of him. It wasn't nothing like that with me. It was just, I mean, it was a big event. It was a honor to be part of that, but I didn't look at him like you look at him. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense.
You know, I didn't grow up thinking, oh my God, Hulk, I didn't even, you know.
It would be like me if I was around someone like Arnold Palmer, the golfer or something like that. I don't know anything about golf. I recognize
I know he is.
Right.
I know he's over, but
he's over in his
world. I didn't follow his career or who he beat. I know he was in the Rocky movie.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, Thunder Lips. I remember him from there. But I mean, I wasn't a fan of his.
Yeah. Well, it was a heck of a moment. The great pyro they had going on.
Oh, yeah.
You know, for those that thought maybe it was going to be the Hulkster's final match, it certainly wasn't, but that might have thought it. My God, what a little deep to have him out there maybe again passing the torch, quote unquote, to Warrior to be the next top guy and take that spot in his absence. Was kind of
Well, that was Warrior's return, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I tell you a funny story. Ed, he had at the SummerSlam before you debuted, they had a big pay dispute. He started no-showing TV tape and saying he wanted Hogan's money or he wasn't going to come. And Vince said, all right, we'll do it. So then as soon as the match at SummerSlam was done, he fired him. But then, I don't think they realized what these scandals were going to turn into. And for better or worse, Warrior really wasn't involved at that point. So he was kind of, I don't know if pure is the right word, but he wasn't involved in it. So he went on almost like this life retreat somewhere in the mountains of New Mexico. And of all people, they sent Ed Cohen to try and go and find the Warrior in New Mexico.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like maybe 6 weeks or so before the show, when they decided that that Hogan was going to take that sabbatical, and they needed something. I don't know what the meeting might have entailed, but Ed had to fly to New Mexico. I don't know. I mean, if he had a map, or I mean, what mountain he had to go to try and not only find the Warrior, but his personality. Try and convince him to come back after they fired him. So I would have loved to have seen that as reality television. I think
that would have been good.
Hysterical.
Jim was cool with
Ed's
me.
Personality too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jim was always cool with me, though.
Was he?
I mean, it's hard to get people to say good things about him, but he was cool with me.
We've had a mix. There's a lot of guys that have said, you know what? If you were on his side, if he for whatever reason I don't know if tolerate is the right word, but if you were all right with him, you were all right with him. I know Paul Bearer spoke glowingly of him.
Yeah, he was.
And that to me meant a lot.
We talked before, we talked after. He was cool with me.
All right, wrestling fans. Right now we're going to take the ultimate timeout. We'll be back to wrap up the show. Stand by for more Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Thank you.
Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Tottenville High School in Staten Island, New York, Friday, January the 29th, 1982. In the opening contest, Johnny Rodz beat Lee Wong, replacing S.D. Jones. Jose Estrada victorious over Steve King, replacing Lawrence Sochi. WWF Intercontinental Champion Pedro Morales retained the title over Charlie Fulton. WWF Tag Team Champions Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito retained the titles over Rick Martel and Tony Gurria. And in the main event, Mr. USA Tony Atlas defeated Killer Khan via countout. If you were in Staten Island live, share your memories in the comment section below. Keep Wrestling Legends working using our eBay store and joining our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world. I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Myself and the Godfather answering your questions that you have fired in about the very unique year that was 1992 in the World Wrestling Federation, as this fine man made a debut for the ages as the evil voodoo cast spelling Papa Shango.
Papa Shango.
One for the ages. I tell you, I was a Papa Shango fan. I love the creepiness and the eeriness around it. But again, to see you pop out just after doing, other than those vignettes and the few squash matches on TV, all of a sudden to see you involved in the main event at Wrestlemania, that was pretty cool.
That's moving fast, isn't it?
How far ahead of time do you remember when you knew you were going to get involved in all that?
I
Was
don't
it
remember.
the day of?
I don't think it was the day of, but I don't remember. But I knew it was coming.
I knew it was coming.
I knew it was coming at least a week ahead of time, that I was going to be involved in some way. But there wasn't no talk about any angles or anything after that. It was just I was going to be involved with that.
Something.
Yeah.
Well, what a sign of respect, though. I mean, as a relative newcomer, to just take you.
Real
and
newcomers,
insert
maybe
you
3
with
years
those
in the
guys.
business.
Yeah.
And now I'm a voodoo man.
And now you're a voodoo man. The next 2 days of the TV tapings and dark matches, you wound up working the Ultimate Warrior. Personally, you just mentioned before the break, you got along with him pretty good. What was it like actually wrestling someone that was not as technically sound as some of the other opponents?
Don't forget, I'm green. I'm
right,
really
okay,
green.
Okay,
and
right.
Most
You
people,
didn't know any better.
I didn't know any better. Most
Right.
people are calling your matches, and so and Warrior wasn't one to call a match, so other people were helping us. But at that point, I was trying to fall into the character because the character really wasn't established yet,
Right.
and with the what you were doing, and we were just trying to come something, and then the wild voodoo, and then all the spells, and I was just trying to do the best I could, and just to do the best job I could, whatever that was. But it was hard going from this hardcore biker type dude to becoming a voodoo guy, because everything else I was just a tough guy being in there doing it, which is a lot easier than being handled this voodoo gimmick. But like I tried the best I could.
In a sense, even though you did a fantastic job with it, early on, is it fair to say maybe you kind of had to handle it with kid gloves, where if you went the wrong direction with it, maybe you really could have hurt it?
Oh,
or
yeah.
were you confident that you thought, okay, I can push Papa Shango to the moon? I'm
I
comfortable
thought-
enough with this voodoo.
I thought Papa Shango would go further, but like I said, I had a lot to do with the destruction of Papa Shango because I went to this really dark place and, it just didn't work out. And I don't think that helped the character any. Because I don't think at that point the bear was around and you never knew you didn't know if you could trust the bear not to get arrested or get in a lot of trouble. Because I was doing a lot of, my nightlife had gotten pretty crazy then.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, so you're in a tough spot.
Yeah, they were.
Did you, again, where you were still kind of new to the company, you wouldn't have known what the houses were in certain venues the year before and so on and so forth, but with all of the departures that were coming, it did start to plummet. You had been around 3 years, so you're certainly probably familiar with a lot of the names. You're talking about within just a matter of months, you lost the Warlord, who not a main event guy, but someone that the fans were very familiar with. At WrestleMania 8, you saw bye-bye Hulk Hogan, bye-bye Roddy Piper. Before WrestleMania even came, the legendary Superfly Jimmy Snuka, who I think even if you weren't a wrestling fan, you knew who Jimmy was. Hercules, another WWF legend, even though it didn't have anything to do with the quote-unquote scandals. Jake was gone, and he was a top guy for so many years within the company. Even Miss Elizabeth, after one of the UK tours, the infamous story about how Macho locked her in the house and left her with the 21 TV dinners for 3 weeks, or however that went. Did it seem like to the people around you that things were hurting a little bit, even if you weren't around?
Oh, I mean, you heard it from the boys. The houses were down. Nobody was making money. It was a rough time. I was another reason I wasn't making money. If I wasn't having fun and not making money, that was really reason for me to leave. But it was rough right then. It wasn't until I came back, with the nation and stuff that we got things going again. That was your fun run. Yeah.
Your big fun run. It happened, and you mentioned it a little earlier. Again, another departure. It was a meltdown at the Boston Garden itself. Warrior and Sid in April of '92. Sid put over Undertaker in just a couple of minutes, and then apparently had some kind of a big blow up with George Steele, who was the agent for that night. And Sid was gone. He was in WCW within a year or so, and that was the point where they transitioned you full time to main event Papa Shango every night. And
I got thrown to the wolves.
That must have helped the paycheck a little bit compared to opening up with Tito.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, the houses weren't that great back then, and you never got a pay-per-view push with them. You did everything you did. I think everything I was just filling until they figured out what they were going to do, and that's all that. I don't think that they were going to at that point go, because the voodoo and the spells, it got kind of silly, and I don't think that they were going to push it much further than that. It was just fill in for the Warrior, basically.
Do you think, I don't want to say they created the character for the Warrior, but do you think you were created for maybe just a couple of top guys and that was it?
No.
That's all they had. Oh, you think there was a long-term plan?
I think that there was more plans to do, but things change for many different reasons.
They can change on the fly.
And it's what I've never forgot. It's a business, so I don't sit here and try to figure out why something didn't work. It didn't work. You didn't bite on it. Let's move on.
And 3,000 tickets back then compared to 3,000 tickets now, let's say at a house
big
show.
Price difference.
The average ticket price to a WWF show now, WWE, is about $45. Back in your era,
it might have been $8.
They was 16, 12, and 9.
Yeah, they weren't that expensive.
And when you're talking about a company that generally pays out, it's a publicly traded company, it's not a secret, 8% of the gross to the talent. On those prices with 3,000 tickets, that's not a lot of bread to spread around.
Not enough for me to stick around.
Yeah.
I'd be like Vince. I used to say, Vince, I can make more money being home every day in the strip clubs. Why the hell do I want to be on the road going through this?
And how would he respond to you?
He would laugh.
He'd laugh, yeah.
Well, Charles, when you want to finish up?
Every time?
And I'd be like, this week? Tomorrow? And he would, I'm telling you, he would laugh.
It's nice
like
that you had such a relationship with him like that. Yeah.
That's how it was. That's what I think it's because he knew. He knew.
He was smart. I mean, he had to have known his guys were hurting. He knew what they were making in the years leading up to that.
We weren't making, I don't remember the number, but we weren't making no money, and you're spending money. I'm like, this isn't even worth it to me.
So we've had guys here on the program that have said some night they would take the draw every night just to make sure
you got paid.
There would be more. The draw would be as much as you get for a payday.
And that was $200.
Oh, that's scary.
$200 draw. Yeah, we take your money. If you wouldn't have money on the road, dude, it was rough for a while.
There's some people that have said, they'd get. When the check would come in the mail, it would just be a stub.
yeah. If you took your draw every night, that could easily happen.
That would be it. You just get the stub.
Yeah.
Crazy times for the fans when they look at all the big numbers nowadays that are bandied around. Again, where it's a publicly traded company. Back in the era we're talking about right now, those weren't the numbers by any stretch of the imagination. But with WWF, it was almost kind of like a rebuilding type year for a sports franchise where we mentioned all these top guys had left. One of the newcomers was the return of a great veteran, a guy that put fear into me as a kid, the late, great Ugandan giant Kamala.
James Harris.
Yep.
He was fun. We worked together for a minute. They were horrible matches, but it wasn't because of James. It was because James knew his gimmick so much better than I knew mine that there was, and I would think he was messing with me when he was just staying in character. He'd be acting like he's afraid of me. I'd go after him, he'd be like, he'd be afraid of me and try to sneak up on me, and I could have played it better. And I'm approaching it more just like a wrestler, Mm-hmm. But good guy, man. They tagged us up. We had a lot of tag matches together.
Did you?
They were doing nothing with him. They weren't doing nothing with me.
I remember at one point, this was actually when you were still in a really good position. I think it was like Warrior, Undertaker, and Boss Man against you, Kamala, and Nails. Some combination. Or Berzerker.
The Berzerker.
Yeah. I remember you did that once in Boston, that six-man tag. And
we did that for
I used to like those types of six-mans every once in a while.
What a group.
To see a mix of guys get involved.
What a group.
What I mean?
A Berzerker and two Africans or voodoo priests, whatever the hell we were.
I always preferred Kamala as a heel, but again, we did. I tell you, of all the interviews we've done before we turned into episodic programs like this, we do long documentary style videos almost, and we did one with Kamala, and his was just so sad to me. He talked about his life as a truck driver after wrestling.
Yeah.
He'd drive by these big major league venues that he would wrestle in, and he said, and he'd start to cry in his truck, saying, "My God, I used to, Hulk Hogan and I sold 12,000 tickets to that building, and now I'm driving a truck past it."
It's sad.
And he said, I think the worst thing that he said that pulled on the strings of my heart a little bit was, he said if he could do it all over again, he would have never got involved in wrestling. And there is, and I don't know if you'd call him an icon of wrestling, but certainly one of the great superstars and legends of his era.
Him and Hogan had that feud.
If you were a fan anywhere from the mid-'80s to the mid-'90s, you knew who Kamala was.
Ugandan giant.
You knew who Kamala. You knew who Kamala was, and I just thought that was because I like James. I just thought that was so, just a lousy. I would have rather have him had something positive to say. But did you ever hear him sing?
No.
He was a really good singer.
Never heard him sing.
Yeah. He after his wrestling days were over, he wound up buying a little keyboard, and he actually made an album. I think I still have.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and they were also. Just some of the lyrics.
Well, I'd like to get a hold of that.
I'm trying to think of one of the lyrics off the top of my head because we made a little like a snippet just to let people know how to get it. It was I headlined the show, but I didn't have enough money for a motel room.
Oh Lord!
It was deep. It was deep. Yeah, but you like James.
If James how do I say this? If James would have been a little smarter, things might have been worked out better for him. But I mean, he was kind of open to be taken advantage of, like a lot of people are.
Yeah.
And if he had a little bit more knowledge, he probably would have done a little better. Because I'm sure if he would have pulled the, you either pay me, but you're paying him, or I'm not wrestling tonight, that might have went a little bit of a ways. And I don't think he ever did stuff like that. I don't know.
I think he might have been nervous coming back because they basically put the gun to his head from the day he came in because he walked in '86. They kept it was 10 or 15%. They kept it in an interest-bearing account, but if he left the company without giving notice, he forfeited all that money. So he had to stay and at least give notice. Yeah. And I wish he was around because I don't know if you know he lost his legs.
Yes, I both of them.
I tell you, if you knew the adventure that Sue, myself, and are you familiar with Dr. Maroon in Pittsburgh?
No.
He's pretty much the guy nowadays that's in charge of all the health checks when they bring people in and so on and so forth. And we had tried to get him 2 replacement legs just to have a better quality of life. I mean, I don't know if you saw it.
No, I know that the cauliflower. I think they got him a truck, or they helped build his house.
No,
or they got him a car or something.
I think Coco Beware on his own helped him get that truck.
Really?
I know Cauliflower Alley Club did. I know we personally got to check ourselves, us, to the Cauliflower to give to him. But I know Cauliflower donated money. But I know Coco did something very significant for him, and I would bet $10 down at the casino that he bought him the truck.
He might have.
They were good friends. Coco was very, very kind to do that for him. I don't know, Coco really wasn't around much when you were there.
Oh, I knew Coco. I knew him from Memphis.
Coco.
I knew him from...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew Coco pretty well.
Real quick before we go to the break, any memories, thoughts of the Birdman?
Once
Didn't
again,
well.
that's not part of my crew. He wasn't part of my crew.
Frankie didn't go to the night.
No. And I knew him more from Memphis. And
he didn't even have the Bird.
Yeah, and then they had Iceman King Parsons, and they were the Blackbirds. God rest his soul, he's gone too. But we were struggling back then, and there was a lot of black guys, and they would take me to places to help me. We were starving, so they knew where to go and what girls to go after.
Good to have those vets
Yes,
around to help
but
you
we were starving back then.
All right, wrestling fans, I'm getting the clue. I'm getting the cue from Captain Lou that once again we're running out of time. I hate to say it. Again, the Premier Chat is open. Share your thoughts. Give us a thumbs up. The Super Chat is open if you want more great legends, if you want more episodes with the Godfather. Subscribe to this great channel. All that stuff going on. And as usual, this is a man with a heart the size of Las Vegas. Even though Las Vegas kind of really isn't that big.
No, it isn't.
He's got a heart bigger than Las Vegas.
There we go.
Because he contributes everything he can anytime we ask to the Cauliflower Alley Club. He's not the Cauliflower Alley Club. He might. But the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, even years that we haven't physically had his presence. All it takes is a phone call, and this is a man that's willing to help. And I respect him. He's a man that knows, understands, and loves what our brotherhood is all about. So for the Godfather, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next time soon on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Good night. Choo-choo!
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support wrestling insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Fans, did you enjoy The Godfather? Let us know. We need to know who you want more of on Wrestling Insiders. Again, we apologize for the audio issues with the D-Lo, Godfather, and Kevin Sullivan issues. We had a quote-unquote professional from AML Uncreative ruin the productions before he lit thousands of dollars on fire, ruining our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Fans, more important than ever, it's a great weekend to join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. Get early, full-screen, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders each week, our archives of over 300 episodes, our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library, as seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and more at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. As we noted earlier, on Christmas Day, we had a Patreon exclusive watch-along added where the Berzerker broke down a WWF Championship match against Bret Hitman Hart. New Year's Day, we kicked off a new year with Demolition Axe, breaking down Demolition's Tag Team Championship victory over Strikeforce at WrestleMania 4. You won't find those videos on YouTube. They are Patreon exclusives for you to enjoy, for helping us keep the lights on and helping keep wrestling legends working. Up next, it's our brand new series fans are absolutely falling in love with, Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursdays, with a man who's going to be with us back in studio very, very soon, the Berzerker, John Nord. And another one that's going to have you laughing out loud, the Berzerker shoots on WWF 1991, the return of Brutus Beefcake, Jim Power's lack of personality, Tugboat, Jake the Snake Roberts and his dark family issues, Medusa, a.k.a. Alondra Blaze, the British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith, Gable Stevenson, DDP, and tons more. Here's the Berzerker.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Thursday night here on Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti along with the Berzerker, John Nord. John, a pleasure to have you with us again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The feedback
We're having a ball.
The feedback continues to pour in.
I love
the fans are loving it. They love our new look on Thursday night.
I love it.
Poor Marty, I don't know. Hopefully we'll be seeing him sooner than later.
Who's that, Marty?
My people like partying.
He's probably doing backstroke in the river.
It was well at the Chattahoochee, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes there was a little
too much
He jumped off
the Chattahoochee Bridge.
I don't know if there is a bridge at the Chattahoochee.
Remember the song?
We're gonna. Oh no, there's a song about.
Billy Joe McAllister jumped off the Tallahatchie Bridge. It was what's her name? With Glenn Campbell.
Before my time.
Bobby Gentry.
I know the name.
Oh my God! Help this guy!
I know the name.
Bobby Gentry. It's the day Billy Joe McAllister jumped off the Tallahatchie Bridge. Now we're gonna figure out how Marty Jannetty jumped off the Tallahatchie Bridge. We're gonna incorporate it.
Well,
give it time.
Give it time. We're gonna figure Marty out too, but that might take a little longer.
Yeah, that might take a while.
All right, back to the World Wrestling Federation 1991. John, as a man that lived it, experienced it, didn't just read about it online. We saw Brutus the Barber Beefcake resurface from what was almost a near death from that parasailing accident that took place.
Yeah.
A guy, kind of a polarizing figure in the business. Some guys like him. He made an appearance here in the studio where he didn't really endear himself to many, but some in the business, like Bret Hart in his book, said he was Hulk Hogan's manservant. What were your thoughts and memories of Brutus the Barber Beefcake?
After he got hurt, and what I heard how he got hurt was the board came and hit him in the face from the water, right?
I think in his book he wrote it was the woman's knees.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
so I thought it was the board. But anyways, his face totally changed.
Yeah, it did.
And I just was shocked when I seen it. And I'm not, making fun of him, but Kurt Hennig used to make the face he had, his new face. Kurt would go, like that. And I would start laughing so hard, I'd go, stop, don't do it, Marty. I says, Beefcake's coming right now, don't do it. And Henny's going, and God, I laughed. Beefcake, yeah, he was just a total. He was there because of Hulk Hogan. He had zero talent, zero, in my opinion. I don't know. You know, you give a guy the anybody can. You know, he didn't take that many bombs. He didn't do it. What did he contribute? Hey, I don't wish the guy bad. Hey, he trained. I heard he trained Mickey Rourke, and the wrestler. Him and
He did?
who? Valentine.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
trained Mickey Rourke. Yeah, I seen him on Good Morning America the morning that the show came out, and Mickey Rourke goes, "Oh, I'm just glad Brutus," and I think he said Valentine helped me out, taught me a lot, and I'm like, Beefcake is teaching you? That's frightening.
No kidding, right?
No, it is. It's but I'm here, I'm being really negative and all this shit, but I'm telling you, I told you I'd tell you the truth, and I gotta. And Beefcake, nothing personal, but you should have just went and got a fucking desk job somewhere.
Do you think he was like a glorified manservant to the Hulkster?
Yes.
I mean, was he around to help him with his whims and needs?
Yes.
What would he do? And would he carry his bags? Would he get him food?
No,
Would he...
Hulk wouldn't let him look that obvious for what he'd do for him. The stuff he would do for Hogan would be behind the scenes.
Oh, okay.
Like maybe go get a bottle of Percocets or from a guy that Hulk don't want to see because Hulk will get told on because he's Hulk Hogan. Just stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
So he ain't an upfront guy, but Beefcake, I never knew him that well. He was always nice to me, but you know, he wasn't going to try to be my friend either. So I don't know what to say about Beefcake.
You weren't impressed with the in-ring work, I guess is the best way to put it.
No. He's another guy with not 2 left feet, but 3 left feet. So.
But he was cordial enough to the boys?
Yeah.
Because it seems like I said, a polarizing figure. A lot of the guys liked him, and then there was that big posse that couldn't stand him.
But see, he was just so colossally, he was a colossal bore-ass. I mean, when you come up, and, you know, Brutus, if you're going to tell a story, have a point. You know?
No, what are you talking about?
He just fucking,
he bored you when you spoke to him?
He talked about nothing. And I'm like this, while he's talking, I'm going, and he still don't get it. That again. No, he don't get it. He's still talking.
Was he vain? Was it about him?
Not at all.
Oh, really?
No, he wasn't vain. He was just almost like a little kid. That's why it's hard. You could not hate the guy, but you could damn sure go, enough. This is so fucking boring. You're so fucking boring. Hit the road, tell your story walking.
Well, to be fair, I thought the interviews we did were rather interesting. Like I said, I think it was a personality issue he had with some of the people here at the studio. Not like you, where we've had so much fun today.
Wow, that's not that's being fair. That's being overly fair.
And I think it's unfair. What's lousy on his end is that where he has family in the area and he's here visiting, it'd be awfully easy for him to, you know, come on down, tell a few stories when he's here, and do a little business and, you know, have a little something extra on the side.
Absolutely.
Why ruin that?
Well, here's the thing, though, is Hogan would get big paydays, right? Of the fucking thing. And then they knew they had to give Beefcake a good payday or Hogan would say something.
Oh,
or you get
they
pissed.
didn't want to listen
So
to him,
here's this fucking guy getting more money than me that can't shine my fucking shoes.
Fair enough.
Got
and
it?
I can see how that would be a resentment.
That's what pisses you off more than anything. I couldn't quite figure it. It was in there.
You got it, though. You got it out.
I got
and
it.
that makes perfect sense. I mean, who wouldn't be resentful?
It is. Absolutely.
You know, Hogan, how can you resent that? He's the one that's putting the food on your table.
Yeah.
But for Brutus to have a better table than you could be a difficult pill to swallow.
Right.
All right.
Right.
There we go. All right. House shows, they finally started you gearing up in the springtime. Two of the guys you worked with early on, Jimmy Powers and Tugboat. Memories of either? Both?
Well, Jimmy Powers, perhaps another colossally bore-ass guy.
Now,
His face never changed. He did a few fire-ups like this, and that was it. And one time on the plane, Jimmy Powers lost to me, and I went to the flight attendant if she would announce congratulations to Jim Powers for his last and final loss. And she announced it on the plane. And Powers goes, "Who did that? Who did that?" I said, "It wasn't me. Fuck, I just wrestled you. I don't worry about it." So it was just, he was just fucking terrible. Who's the next guy?
Tugboat.
Snugboat. We call him Snugboat.
A little snug.
Yeah, he's a little snug. His underwear were always snugged up there.
All right, well.
Okay, but that's a whole other story. Snugboat was a great guy. Very, very nice guy. Actually, like a little kid and super nice. And he was huge.
Yeah, big
The
guy.
guy, if he got mad, I would almost, I don't know how you could stop him. You know, he was huge, but like a little kid, and I can't say nothing bad about him. So that one is, he's a wonderful guy.
Good guy?
That's it. The best.
Any fun memories of Tugboat?
Fun?
Working with him? Any good
He
memories?
was so easy to work with.
He was easy to work with?
Oh, God. He was light as a feather. And he only weighed 900, you know, on a good day. But no, he was that easy. He was, and a wonderful guy.
Did he mind doing jobs? Because he put you over quite a bit.
No.
No.
No, he didn't want it.
All right, easy enough.
He didn't mind doing jobs.
April 20th, 1991, right here in the great city of Boston, you finally made at least your WWF debut. I don't know if you were here before that, but any memories of the old Boston Garden, the arena itself? You went over on
Yeah, I
Snugboat?
remember walking up that damn boards and
The ramp?
yeah, that damn ramp, and God, what a long walk.
And then having to walk through the concourse to get to the
Yeah,
locker
all
room.
that. And all I could think of was Bobby Orr walking on his skates.
And a relatively short walk to the ring from the locker room, too.
Yeah.
It was a lot easier to get from the locker room to the ring than it was to get into the building.
Right,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I remember more than wrestling is the Boston Garden. I remember, you know, Bobby Orr, who was the big, tall, great player,
Mario Lemieux?
Yeah.
He was on the Penguins.
He was on Penguins.
Yeah.
Okay. No, different guy. Okay, so anyways, Bobby Orr, but see, we would do 4 shows in 2 days. We would do Boston, you know, like what I can remember, like Philly, and then Madison Square Garden, and then somewhere else. And if you did 4 days, you made some damn good money. And that made your whole paycheck. But you had to work your ass off, and it was 4 days, or 4 shots in 2 days.
On the weekends? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was, you made great money, and that's what made your check.
You had to put in the time to get the dime.
Yeah, you did. You did. And it was really great wrestling Jim Powers because his face would do this. Anyway.
Well, at least you didn't have to do too much work with him.
I love Jimmy. Jimmy, I love you. I'm sorry. I can't help it.
Someone that used to have some special skills that would make people's faces do a little bit more than that. I don't know if you'd stay at the Hilton when you're here in Boston, but did you ever get to know a lot of the guy's old friend, Danny the Ass Eater?
You mean Danny the ref?
No, Annie the Ass Eater.
Oh, Ass Eating Annie?
Yeah.
Of course I knew her.
Well, she's become kind of like a cult favorite on the show.
She is.
Yeah. Now, did she ever try and get up the tourniquet?
Here's what I remember about Ass Eating Annie. We'd go down we'd go down to the bar at the Hilton. and I'm sitting there at the bar, and this is one of the first times she started her career as
As an ass eater, yeah.
Yeah. She walks up to Kurt Hennig and she goes, I bet you I can get the whole thing in my mouth. And that fucking Hennig, he was worth, I seen him with some of the ugliest girls on planet Earth. One time in the AWA, this like giant girl was sitting on the bed. And I walk in and I says, hey, have you seen Henning? We gotta go. And all of a sudden out of nowhere, he's sitting right by her. He pops over and he goes like this, here I am. I'm like, oh my God. And you gotta remember, he was 180, crooked teeth, sandy brown hair, not, Mr. Perfect, but Kurt Hennig, the small guy, and it was just hilarious. But Annie, I gotta say, because I like her so much,
would she say to you, how you doing, baby?
She would go like this. Remember that time? I'm gonna go, Annie, there was no time. Please don't say that.
What was it about her magic tongue, do you think, that made Greg Valentine actually crack a smile? Brutus Beefcake dedicated almost an entire chapter of his book to the romance between Greg and Annie.
Right. What would happen as her tongue went in the butthole, the legs would go back like a jackhammer, like a hydraulic jack.
Annie's legs?
No, the guy's legs.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was a hydraulic jack and nothing could stop it.
What made her such a specialist, I wonder?
It's like the Blob. Nothing can stop it. The Blob. I don't know. She just had it.
Now, did you ever meet the sister, Gina? She looked kind of like Big Bird. She was operated more out of the Holiday Inn. Oh, wait, whoa. That's a
You're going places. You're right. You're right.
You think I'm going places? What do you think I am, Annie's tongue?
You're writing checks my body can't cash. Okay.
Did you ever meet Gina?
No.
She was a large woman. Didn't look anything like Annie.
I might have, but I just don't remember.
She was about your height. If that
I
helps.
might have. I just don't remember.
Annie
Wow.
looked to me more like Adrian Adonis before he dyed his hair blonde.
Yeah.
But
Annie just, I mean, how are you going to not like that girl? That girl was just, she would do anything for you.
Literally.
She would, yeah, I know. Can we move on?
Everyone wants to except for Greg, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I'm always interested to see what the guys' memories are.
Well, I talked to Valentine, and I said, you don't look like you're getting older. You look like someone put you in a microwave for a fucking year.
Well, it's probably because he lives out in Vegas now. He needs that Boston lovin'.
Fuck.
Well, anyway.
Greg,
he really disappointed me. He was supposed to be part of our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive, the Hammer.
Yeah.
And we had a session with a few guys out in Las Vegas as part of the Cauliflower Alley Club.
Sure.
And we had D'Lo Brown, the Godfather, Papa Shango, Kevin Sullivan. And the day Greg was supposed to come, he no-showed. And it was because it's not like he had to worry about Annie out in Las Vegas. He was upset that he was going to run into Medusa.
Really?
Yeah, because I guess they
I
had
wonder
their
what
little,
they're weighing, what she's weighing
how much is she weighing?
these days.
Alundra Blaze? She's still in, Medusa. Well, she was Alundra Blaze in WWE.
I wonder what she weighs.
Weight-wise, probably not too far off from where she was wrestling-wise.
Pretty cool.
Personality-wise, we can talk about that too.
Yeah.
But
Total into herself.
oh,
My God. I'm ashamed to say she's from Minnesota.
I didn't even know she was until she was here in studio
Yeah.
with us.
Well,
But we had a very interesting interview, and like you said, she's
you're lucky. She's fucking lucky she didn't interview with me.
great. Oh, now I got to hear why. Why?
Medusa?
Yeah.
Because she's so into herself.
Now, what would you have asked her?
I would have fucking asked her, what do you got, nipples that are gold-plated? Or, you got a gold-plated clit? Look at your ass. It's all saggy and shit. Get the fuck out, honey. Who needs you?
That's how the interview. You know what? I wouldn't have made that comment about her ass, but she was not one of the more pleasant experiences we've
Fuck
had.
her. I'm sorry for swearing so much.
Well, an event we had Bob Backlund, Bushwhacker Luke, even Crazy Marty.
Bob Backlund?
And just if you, well, all right. I think Bob's slipping.
Yeah.
Bob
Yeah,
had
I think his fucking cheese slid off his cracker.
that might be a way to put it. It was odd. It was a very odd weekend that you missed. It was a very odd weekend you missed.
Shit crazy, to say the least.
Or
no, he is.
At his age, slipping, or both.
He's in what, 70? He ain't that old.
He's in his early 70s, yeah.
Yeah.
But every time
sure.
he took a picture with one of the fans, he got up and left and tried to go and sell his book. I mean, it was like trying to navigate a 6-year-old.
Another book?
Well, he only had one, but he's still selling it.
How many books can these guys fucking write?
The only one that's missing is yours.
Yeah, well, fucking, that ain't fucking happening.
Well, hey, who needs a book when you got Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays? We'll be back with the final segment after this brief timeout.
Thank you.
Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Winnipeg Arena in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, Wednesday, January the 29th, 1992. In the opening contest, Tatanka beat Skinner. The Berzerker with the win over Jim Brunzell. WWF Tag Team Champion Road Warrior Animal defeated Earthquake. This was changed from a tag team title match due to Hawk's drug test failure. The Beverly Brothers victorious over the New Foundation via disqualification. El Matador drew IRS. The Big Boss Man beat $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. And in the main event, WWF Intercontinental Champion Roddy Piper defeated WWF World Champion Nature Boy Ric Flair via countout. If you were in Winnipeg live, share your memories in the comments section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing fans. We warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yes.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti, along with your new host with the most, Mr. John Noida. We've been having a hell of a lot of fun on this show.
Yes, sir, we have been.
And who the biggest star of this show, I think sometimes even we forget, are those people over there. Her, him.
That's right.
That guy back there,
right.
there.
That's right.
Because without great professional wrestling fans like you, we'd just be sitting here talking amongst ourselves like it was you and Andre.
Wrestling fans are the coolest because they just kick ass all the time, and that's a shoot, that's for real. You guys are top shelf.
And again, if you guys want to interact with us live, L-I-V-E, we're shooting towards the tail end of January. Berzerker John Nord back here in the studio telling more great stories, cyber autograph signings so you guys can get autographed pictures personalized to you and mailed off. We love to see what you're saying in the premiere chat on Thursday nights when you include your comments on what we're talking about. Or if you can't join us on Thursday, believe it or not, I do realize not everybody on the planet can be glued to their computer on Thursday nights at 10. Leave your thoughts on the show in the comment section below. We're really interested to know what you think. Again, if you're with us live, the Super Chat button is always open for business. It helps us keep the lights on in this fine studio, helps the staff keep flowing through, helps us bring in great superstars like the Berzerker John Nord.
Oh, God.
You know, the airfare, the hotel, believe it or not, they don't say, hey, it's free. Those things add up in a hurry. And, you know, Marty still wants to come back. He's ready to party like never before. We have a whole group of superstars. Axe and Smash Demolition are very excited about joining us again this year. Bushwhacker Luke has had a lot of fun. So the list keeps growing and growing, John.
It does.
And that's what we need to see, because as we've seen with too many of our brothers, we never know when we're going to lose one, and we're never going to get to hear their stories again.
Ain't that the truth?
Just in this studio alone.
Ain't that the truth?
Percy, Matt Bourne, Leon White, Vader, Paul Orndorff several times, Harley Race.
Paulie, I forgot about him.
My
Harley.
gosh, who else? There's so
Just on and
Kamala,
on.
Ugandan giant.
Ugandan giant.
There's
Yeah.
we'll never be able to hear any more other than what we already did, and that sucks.
It's we'll never see him again.
When we had
unless we see him in heaven.
Yeah, and we'll see him there. But when we had the original incarnation of this April 16th event, Road Warrior, when it was 80s themed all the way, Animal was going to be with us, and he was going to be there in that very seat. And Paul was going to be with us again in that very seat. We're not going to have a chance to talk to him, which is pretty lousy.
God, it's crazy.
Which is why we implore you fans, you know, one thing that it was insulting to me was that they almost said you're trying to push death. I feel like we're just trying to push the reality of the situation. Wrestling is a tough industry.
It is
a lot
tough.
of our folks don't live into the 80s and 90s. You know what I mean?
Right, and everybody has their own road they take in their life.
Right.
Why stuff happens, only God knows. But we're living the best we can, and we got the best people. If you don't think that wrestling fans are better than football, hockey, baseball, you're crazy. You guys are the best, and I'm just not saying that.
All right, fans. So again, continue to join us every Thursday night. But again, we're going to have the special live episode in January where we're going to be able to interact with John, L-I-V-E, live. So now we go back to 1991, April the 22nd. You mentioned your world tour de force. We head over to merry old England on April the 22nd. Before you made the European stop in Montreal, Quebec, still out of the country. You suffered your first loss to the late, great Davy Boy Smith, the British Bulldog, a man you said you could really lay it in on. At that point, he had Winston. Jake the Snake had Damien.
Yeah.
Coco had Frankie. What was it like to be around so many animals when you were on the road?
I don't know. All I know is they stunk. And I'll tell you something. Davey hated taking that Bulldog. Oh,
Did he?
Man, he couldn't stand it. It was just a lot of work and a lot of stuff. And he hoped that Davey was the type of guy that would walk up to the office after he got his paycheck and say, what am I supposed to do with this?
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it wasn't enough. He was one of the few guys that did that. But when we were in England, me and Davey were main event, and I gotta say, we had one of the best matches that I think I ever had. We just ate them up. We just had people. That's because Davey was so over.
Yeah.
You know,
especially over
in
there.
England.
Yeah.
Yeah, in England, and they all stood up, boom, boom, pounding, and then here comes the comeback, and it was just great.
Well, you know what? I think, as a matter of fact, that match took place the same week we're going to be talking about now. Marty, when he was here in the past, he said that some of the pets took a little abuse. Did you ever see that?
Did
Especially
they?
the snakes being thrown around in the bag.
The snake, that's Jake. Jake, who knows what Jake did with that snake? Jake probably fucking put it in the nurse's laundry chute or something. I don't know.
Again, I don't know how many of Marty's stories you want to share on your program, but Marty said when Jake would do a little bit of the medicine, he had a hard time closing with the women, and he'd give a call to Marty's room to come and finish off the lady of the night. And one time he went down, it was with WWF office personnel in the bedroom, and the female already had Damien's tail inside of her. So there were some wild nights with those snakes, I guess.
Oh, my God. See, I don't know that shit.
Well,
I don't know that shit.
If you're online back in Minnesota, you got to catch up with some of Marty's old episodes, I guess.
Oh, God. Wow, Marty, when you're drunk, it's the old thing. When you're drunk, you'll damn near do almost anything.
And literally, he almost did.
Yeah, and he did. And he did. I know, and Marty was absolutely crazy that way, but it wasn't my style. I'm not saying I'm any better, but Marty he
partied.
He's partied. I tell you what, Marty party, but I'll tell you something, Marty, I'd bury Marty in a drinking contest.
Really?
Oh, God, give me a break.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen it.
Really?
I've never seen you fall through a wall.
I would just leave him laying in the dust. He'd be in some alley all twisted
Oh,
out.
well, maybe we'll have to have that on the New Year's
Well,
Eve
let's
special.
have a
all right.
drinking
We'll get him
contest.
back then. You mentioned Jake, though. You put him over very positively in one of our prior episodes. He's a complicated man? Is that a good way to put it?
He is, but I'll tell you something. He grew up in a dysfunctional family. His dad was Grizzly Smith. First time I met him was in Mid-South. He took me and went and got a haircut when I was the barbarian.
Are you talking about Grizzly or Jake?
I'm talking about Grizzly and Jake.
Okay.
Grizzly was the booker in 1985 in Mid-South. Jake was a great guy. He said, Jake, take care of him. He's going to be your partner. And we got over. We got over. And the only thing I didn't realize was Grizzly was taking young girls into his hotel room.
And we're not talking 18 or even 16.
Exactly.
We're talking
Well
little
said.
girls.
Well said. And when I learned that, it took me 3 months. I don't watch shit real close. It took me 3 months to realize that, and I was just like pissed. Then me and Jake started, and I had a Lincoln I leased. I got a hell of a deal on an 85 Lincoln. It was just beautiful car, and Jake always rode with me, and me and Cheryl and Jake and my wife had dinner, and Jake and Cheryl were so highly going, this is really good.
Oh, wow.
And me and my wife were looking at each other going, and it was just funny. But I'll tell you what, Jake, with me and Jake, there's a picture on YouTube that has got me and Jake on there, and I'm in shape, like it's black and white, and he's behind me with his hands on my shoulders. It's my favorite picture.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll have to see if we can dig that up for the episode.
Oh, it's just awesome. And to me.
Do you think that experience he had growing up is what turned him into a complicated man in the confines of wrestling?
Yes.
I mean, and I don't know if you ever saw or have heard of the Dark Side of the Ring series, but I mean, he even insinuated that there was sexual relations with some of Grizzly's wives.
Yes.
I mean, how would that not mess up a kid?
I know, it was just sick. And then and I hear somebody got killed? Somebody got buried?
In their family?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Now that you mention it, see, it's been...
right?
Yeah.
It's hard to remember all this shit, ain't it?
Look at the people we've met. But no, there was some...
It was something, but see, and then he had, I think, a retarded sister. Okay?
Grizzly Smith or Jake?
Jake's sister was retarded.
Rockin' Robin or another sister?
I think Robin.
He had one sister that wrestled.
Robin?
Rockin' Robin, yeah. She was WWF Women's Champion.
Okay.
Sam Houston was, well, I think they were half brother and sister.
Sam and him won't talk.
Oh,
been
really?
Like 20 years.
Oh, really?
But anyways, I'm in the back seat, Grizzly, and we're going out back home at a long shot, and I just got a boner, and I don't even know who's next to me. I can't see. It's too dark in the car. And I think it was Robin. And I took her
Rockin'
hand.
Robin
Yeah, I
filleted
took
you?
her hand and I went. And I put her right on there. And next thing I know, I was going. It was all over, and anyways.
Robin rocked.
Yeah, anyways, I think they might have known, but I think I might have pulled it off because Jake would have said something, I think. But yeah, Jake, Louisiana is an adulterous state.
Is it?
Oh my God.
Why is that?
I think their morals are just messed up from the Cajuns and shit.
Really?
Oh yeah, I'm not kidding you. Why? I don't know. I hope I'm not judging anybody, but good God, it is what it is. And Grizz and the way Jake is, they're just morally messes until someday they get their shit together morally.
Well, I think Jake is in a better place now.
Definitely.
It'd be hard to be in a worse place, but I mean...
Definitely.
It just seems like the whole family needs a little bit of help. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if
they
you've
do.
seen that Dark Side of the Ring episode.
Well, and we all
God.
need help. It's
In
just
different
that theirs,
ways, yeah.
it's just that theirs is more prevalent, way more out there. So, yeah, I agree.
And it's too bad because, you know, what would life have been like for them if they came into the world under more normal circumstances?
Yeah.
Not to have a 12-year-old mother, you know.
Yeah, it was, who knows what happened. All I know is Jake was a really good guy back then, and he was really a good partner in the ring, and he taught me shit that I still can't do because only Jake's body moves that way. My body got too beat up too quick.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And a great mind for the business.
Yep.
It's too bad that his problems took away the chance to work in creative with WWF when he had that chance in '96.
Yeah.
Because, you know, especially at a time when the business was in a rough shape in '96, he potentially could have added an awful lot to it if he still wasn't battling the personal demons or the personal choices, whatever you want to call them.
Jake could pop any territory.
Yeah.
Any territory.
Even now.
He could pop, especially now, because of all the press on the Get Sober deal.
Yeah.
You know, the resurrection of Jake Roberts. That's over. That thing's still over.
Jake is one of those guys that'll be over until the day comes when he takes his last breath.
Probably.
He's just one of those guys.
Well, it's such a name, Jake the Snake Roberts.
Yeah.
That's just cool.
Perfect name,
That's just like
perfect look.
Perfect name, look. And, you know, he don't even got to lift weights, and he still looks like he can hurt somebody.
Yeah, yeah.
The guys that don't lift usually don't look like they can hurt anybody, and that's my bitch to him. You don't look like you can hurt anybody. Get out of here.
He still looks like a reasonably
tough guy
that you wouldn't want to screw with if you ran into him in an alley.
Reasonably.
Even without, you know, having that big gassed up look. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, don't you be a snake. Right now we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to wrap up the show as Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday with John Nord continues. Stand by.
All right.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session, autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. How the time flies, John, when we get talking about wrestling.
I don't know.
And sometimes even when we don't talk about wrestling.
It's one attack.
It's not one of those beefcake conversations
It
or a
ain't a
Jim Powers
beefcake.
conversation.
Jim Powers, right. They're exciting guys.
We mentioned you working Davey Boy just a little while ago.
Yeah.
I almost wanted to chop your tongue off, not like Annie's, but because I didn't want to ruin this one. On April the 28th, Manchester, England, you worked the British Bulldog in his native land, only this time he was managed by, I believe, in what would be his first appearance in 3 years and maybe his final ever in WWF, the Dynamite Kid.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to interact with Dynamite at all?
Did I ever get a chance to actually lock up with him?
No, I think he was long done by that point.
Oh,
but
yeah.
just he had another personality that many
Tree.
weren't big on.
Yeah.
Your memories of having at least that one match where Dynamite was involved as even a manager at ringside.
Well, Dynamite was, you felt so sorry for him.
Yeah.
That you just weren't going to kick him or hit him hard. You know, although you heard about him being such a legend, although most people say at his best, he was the best ever, which I might agree with. But I got a few guys at home that have never wrestled that I can say if they did wrestle, they are just absolute freaks. They're like about Dynamite size. They can do standing flips. There's a kid that just signed with Vince, Gable Steveson.
Oh, he was just in the front row at Raw last night, as a matter of fact.
There you go. My son wrestled him.
Oh, really?
Trained him when he was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a kid that never lost at the Minnesota High School wrestling. That's 7 years in a row, state champ.
Wow.
And could do a backflip, standing backflip after he won. He is a freak of nature. Then he does a gold medal. Nobody can beat him. Now, if Vince has him lose to anybody, I would be seriously let down. Because he is absolutely a freak.
How tall of a guy is he?
6'2", 255.
In this day and age, that's big.
Yeah, well, a guy that can move, do what you ain't.
Yeah.
He can take anybody down. Nobody can beat him. One guy beat him from Penn State in the last 15 years.
Wow. Do you know him at all, or just you've observed?
Yeah, I met him. Yep, me and my son. Me and my son met him. They go, hi, Mr. Nord, you know, and he's a great guy. My son is a wrestling coach for Columbia University, so he tried recruiting him, but he wasn't going to get him. But Minnesota got him, because Minnesota is known for their heavyweights.
Yeah.
You got Brock Lesnar. You got
Shelton.
On and on. Sheldon. You got, what's the other one? I mean, it goes on and on, more than you could ever know. But you know who the greatest wrestler of all time is, don't you, collegiately? I thought you would know.
Who do we got?
Would you say Danny Hodge?
Oh, how could you forget that? Yeah.
Danny Hodge is close.
It's not Danny Hodge. Okay.
No. This guy wrestled for Iowa State.
Dan Gable?
No.
No.
Close. Iowa State, Division I, and Division I guys got more muscle on them than like Division 2 or 3.
Okay.
They're like bodybuilders because they've been wrestling since they've been 4 years old, 6 hours a day on the mat. They're animals. They're absolute animals. And this guy, record, I mean, he never got an ankle out of place. He never got turned this way out of place. His 4-year college career record, Division I, the big boys, 159-0.
Wow. Who?
Cal Sanderson.
I have no idea who that is.
He's the head coach at Penn State.
Right now?
Yeah. And
he's the greatest collegiate wrestler of all time.
Without question.
Really? Well, great.
He's a cool guy to check up on. He's a point scoring machine. He's incredible to watch his old matches. I mean, he's a 198 pounder too, so he wasn't a small guy.
Yeah.
But for 198, he had a brother from Utah, and a family lived in Utah. He had a brother, Cody, that's his assistant coach, and Cody, I think, won nationals. I think he, maybe lost 4 or 5 matches in college. But without boring you, at Iowa State 159-0 is just maybe the freakiest record I've ever heard of.
Wow.
Not once to get caught out of position.
Did he ever have any aspirations of going pro, do you know? Or?
No, none.
None. Do you think Stevenson has the personality that WWE would like?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I think he's a little flaky.
Oh, really? Okay.
We'll see.
Oh, that could be a good thing.
We'll see.
You
Well,
never
we'll
know.
see. He could be a little flaky, and I tell you what, he's in it for the money, and that could hurt him. He's got to keep his head on. You follow me?
Yep.
You got to keep your head screwed on. And me and Joe, my son, just got doubts about how he's going to handle it. So hopefully he's going to get a mentor that's going to be beside him, that Vince will give him some kind of mentor.
A veteran.
A veteran that will keep him thinking, acting straight. Because nobody can beat him.
Well,
nobody. It's not happening.
Jerry Briscoe and I had a conversation not too long before the virus began, and it was what happened to all the big guys. To be able to get someone 6'2", 250 pounds, that's the machine like you're talking about, that on paper it sounds like could be a potential WrestleMania main eventer, you know?
He is.
Yeah.
He is. If anybody, that's why it pisses me off about Goldberg. You make Bischoff's head got so effed up that he gave Goldberg 80-some wins. People started thinking he was really a great wrestler. He's not. He was a good football player. He was a nice guy. I met him. I think I was one of his first jobs.
Yeah, you worked him. Yep.
I think I was one of the first jobs I had to do with him. Anyways, and it's when my body was all fucked up from nerve damage. But anyways, to give that guy, and he starts bragging about his son, how he's got to just do it in wrestling. I'm like, dude, it was given to you. You didn't win nothing. So it really does piss me off about Goldberg, because Bischoff's head got fucked up and he started fucking giving. Yeah, Goldberg ended up drawing some money.
He did, yeah.
I gotta give him that. But you could have if you push anybody that hard, you're gonna draw money. Come on, as long as you're built.
Yeah.
Within reason. And he had that build. But the thing is, you know how fast a guy like Gable Steveson could tie him in a knot? I mean, like within 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm not a hater on Goldberg. I'm just pissed off still at this group that treated everybody like shit in what was a federation called?
WCW.
WCW. Nash, Hall, Bischoff, and Bischoff was going to give me a push, but my body fell apart. Arn Anderson came up to say, so why did you quit working out? I said, I didn't. I got nerve damage. I'm trying to work through it. And that stopped right there. And it broke my heart. I'm telling you, it broke my heart. Anyways, and on and on about these guys that fucking just, and here's another one that makes me almost fucking throw up. Diamond Dallas Page,
now why
a fucking bar manager from a strip joint, no ass, no legs, fucking his face looked like it was stretched from a fucking some kind of elastic. The fucking guy. Well, I mean, what's that? Bang? What do you mean, bang? What the fuck does that mean? Come on, fucking Page. You're a punk. You helped Jake out get sober, and I don't believe you're sober, Jake, anyways. But anyways, Diamond Dallas Page, all I got to say to you is fucking bang. Go bang yourself. But listen, I'm not hating on you, although it sure sounds like it. But you thought you were actually a wrestler. You're gone and you made money. You should have been fucking kicked out. You don't let bar managers at strip clubs with no ass and no athletic ability into wrestling. Do you get it?
Well, do you think him getting it with the reported swinging that used to go on with the Bischoffs and the Pages helped?
What do you mean?
Like a little wife swap.
You think they did that?
I heard that from some people that I think would know.
See, my mind works like, I just don't believe that.
You don't think they'd be swinging?
I just don't believe that. See, but I did know Bischoff's wife from high school.
Did you?
Yeah.
Minnesota, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Angel. Called her Angel. Little blonde, beautiful. But Bischoff was just, I mean, he was just a total little punk. But he wasn't in our high school.
Oh, okay.
He went to school in Minnetonka, which was another high school. And, but the bottom line is, you know, he ended up making a lot of money in Turner. And I still ain't hating on Eric because he gave me $1.50.
Hey, you can't complain about that, right? You put money, fed your family.
But I forgot all about Diamond Dallas Page. Oh my God. The most, he made Brian Knobbs look like a fucking world-class sprinter.
Wow. Well, wrestling fans, I asked John C. to take it to the center cameras. We're running short on time once again. We'll take a brief time out. We'll be back to wrap up the show.
Thanks.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session. autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. All right, wrestling fans, more twists and turns as only our new partner in crime on Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday can throw him down. Mr. John Nord. John,
Thank
more
you,
laughs,
sir.
more fun this week. We're looking forward to having him live this month, a little later in January. Keep checking our social media platforms for information on that.
Nice.
If you're with us live on the Thursday night premiere, leave your thoughts in the premiere chat or in the comment section below. Of course, the Super Chat button helps us keep the lights on. It helps us bring you legends like the Berzerker John Nord back here to Boston for these live interviews, these shoots. Great live events like we have in April 16th at Memorial Hall. Cough, cough. Anything you can do to help spread the word on social media, it goes a long way. For the man in the booth, Mr. John C. Manicus Riley, I'm Dan Marotti. For the host with the most, John Nord, you and yours, be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston.
Good night.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Fans, did you enjoy having the Berzerker with us or what? He'll be with us every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact on AXS TV. For more must-see viewing, the big man will be back with us live in studio soon. Fans in the Northeast, don't forget that discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling Sports Soul Survivor 10, back to the 80s. Just 11 weeks from tonight, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, Mass., featuring WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, the Berzerker himself, and at least 4 more 80s icons. WWE is never going to bring WrestleMania back to Boston due to the cold, so we're trying to bring you a slice of WrestleMania in April. This event is going to feature a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 1980s Icons group photo, an autograph photo fan fest, all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the squared circle like no tomorrow. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com, save yourself some money, and get the best seats in the house. Of course, folks, if you're not in the Northeast and you're looking to add to that wrestling man cave, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open for business 24/7 with great wrestling merchandise of superstars from every era. Click on the Boston Wrestling eBay store link below or go to bostonwrestling.com and hit the store button. Coming up next, it's the father figure of Boston Wrestling Sports, the one, the only WWE Monday Night Raw main eventer, John Cena Sr. This week, Cena Sr. is back discussing the latest in WWE, thoughts and predictions on tonight's Royal Rumble, the road to WrestleMania 38 in Dallas, Texas, and more. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Dan Roddy, along with your host, John Cena Sr. Johnny, what is this?
What is what?
This table. I hate it.
You know what? I watched Booker T. I watched the WWE.
They don't sit in chairs like you do. Show off your feet.
They don't sit in chairs?
They have a nice setup, nice table. It's so professional. It gives you the opportunity to really address the fans.
We can't address the fans without a table.
This is so professional. You know what? Hey, fans, if you like this, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. If we have too many thumbs downs, then we go back to the old sit in the chair, fold his legs, shake his leg, show you his toenails and feet with his sandals. I think this is professional.
Well, I will say this. If the fans like it, I will be willing to bite the bullet and say, even though I don't like it, we will use it for every show.
I'm telling you, this is the way it needs to be.
What if we have a big panel, though? Are we going to have to get 2 tables and another tablecloth?
A big panel? We're going to have more people coming in?
Well, for some of our bigger events, when we do the pay-per-view watch-alongs and the roundtable discussions, I know you and I have been planning a big pre-show for the Back to the 80s event, April 16th.
Well, there's your roundtable discussion right there.
We need more tablecloths.
Well, then we can just add on to this table and make it a nice long table and enjoy it. Be professional. Make it look super. We are super.
We are super. There's no doubt about that. But again, I'd love to know what the fans think about it. Do they like our new fancy-dancy setup?
Well, you know what? I don't know about the fans, but I'm going to be a little selfish.
You like it.
I think this is what I'm used to. Not that the chair wasn't okay. I think that the chair may be okay in a sense of we're doing a one-on-one interview where somebody wants to get comfy or just laid back or overreact. And even this, I think when you're doing this type of broadcast, I think this emanates and puts over the fact that it is a broadcast. How many
What did it look like before?
It looked like two guys sitting in a chair.
It did not look like a broadcast before.
It looked like 2 guys sitting in a chair waiting for a beer. Even though
maybe that was the charm of it.
I don't know what you're smoking, but it's illegal.
No, not Massachusetts.
Oh, but you're smoking illegal stuff.
Well, Johnny, it is good to be back in studio with you. Again, I have been busy on the road. I have been here, there, and everywhere. I had a chance to return to the Sunshine State since we last met. Visited with the WWE friend of ours, and had a chance to stop by the Hard Rock Cafe over at Universal Studios, and once again ran into your old friend Mama.
I'm still trying to figure out who this is.
She's the hostess.
There's several hostesses there.
Well, there's only one Mama.
I don't think so. I've been there several times.
Well, she told me something very interesting.
What is that?
She had some sordid details of your past.
Really? What are those?
As a single man back in the 70s.
Really? What are those?
She said you had relations in New York with 2 different soap opera stars, Linda Dano and Elizabeth Hubbard. Now, how...
Do you both get drunk and exchange this bullshit? I mean, fans, I got to tell you something. I have a farm, and let me tell you, there's enough bullshit out there now. I get more when I come in here. No, that's not true.
Well, you know what? There is that photo of quote-unquote Carol Cena online with Great Outdoors, and now we're hearing about you and these soap opera stars. You don't know anything about the soap opera stars, Linda Dano and Elizabeth Hubbard.
Everybody has a look-alike. It must have been a look-alike because I would remember that, I'm sure.
Did you have the big sideburns back in the 70s?
I did not.
No.
No.
What about what were those bell bottoms? Was it the pants?
You know what?
I don't really. Yeah. It's before my time.
Just a wee fellow.
Well, I mean, Elizabeth and Linda, I researched them a little bit. They would be much older than you. Would they have been considered MILFs to you?
Oh, no. No. You know what? Is this a wrestling show?
Well, the wrestling
we can talk
fans
about current politics. We can talk about everything. The church. What do you want to start up with?
Well, we should start the John Cena Senior podcast about that then, if you want.
We could do that.
Get
That'd
into
be
real
great.
life.
We'll have a podcast.
Real life discussions. But I didn't know you and these soap opera stars were
me neither.
having relations.
You know what? I guess I ate too much lead paint as a kid because it escapes me.
It escapes you?
It escapes me.
You didn't prefer one over the other, Linda or Elizabeth?
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Well, they were soap opera stars.
I don't even know who
Mama said.
I don't even know who you're talking about. I never watched that stuff. Could care less about it.
You weren't a soap opera
Big
fan.
Mama's got a problem.
Well, you know what, Johnny? I do have to say before we segue into the world of wrestling, you know what? Out of all the years I have been going to Universal Studios, and this goes all the way back to 1994, do you know what I did for the very first time? I went to the horror makeup show that you didn't like them.
I was there. What a waste of time that is.
Well, I was going to say I liked it.
Let me pull you out of the audience and show you how a knife goes through an arm. It's useless. I expected this extravaganza where they took somebody and actually made him into a Frankenstein, a Wolfman,
I'll give you that. I agree. That's kind of what I was expecting,
too. The little guy over there, the doctor, talking about, please, Dan, oh my God almighty.
I'm gonna guess you're not gonna do it this year for Halloween Horror Nights.
I don't do it. I did it. You know what they say? Once. Once is enough. Don't even go there. Don't waste your time.
Is that what you said about Linda Dano and Elizabeth Hubbard? Once was enough.
Don't even know them.
Once was enough.
Where's a couple of pictures? I don't even know these
we're going to
women.
insert the pictures over.
Well, that might be fun, but I have no idea who they are.
Well, I thought it was a nice way to kill, I don't know, what it was, a half an hour or so. It was different.
I don't like that any more than I like the Fast and Furious ride.
Why don't you like the Fast and the Furious?
That's a waste of time.
What?
A waste of... You know what? You stand in that line and you say, wow, this is really going to be super. Fast and Furious, got to be great. You go through the little gimmicks, you go in, here's the guy talking, then you go through the other little gimmick, you get to this bus with a fake driver in the front, and you go,
all the partying going on?
I go, here we go. Get people dancing and singing. I'm going, please, this is useless. You know what? If there ever was a worse ride, a ride that nobody should go on at Universal, don't do Fast and Furious. You're wasting your time.
Would you at least agree that the ride is fast?
No.
It's over pretty quick.
It's the worst. Believe me when I tell you. Look at
it feels like it's about 2.5 minutes long.
I'm really, in my younger days and even now, I did a lot of amusement parks. That was my favorite place to go. Nantasket Beach, the roller coaster at Nantasket, Revere Beach. I did a lot of the Disney when it was the only one around. SeaWorld, Baseball Hall of Fame.
They have rides at the Baseball Hall of Fame?
They had a little thing we could do, baseballs and shit
really?
And have some fun. Yeah. My sons, when I took them, Dan and John, I remember taking them to the Tragic Kingdom. And we get there, and the first thing they go to me after an hour and a half, they look at me and go, we've had enough of this place. Let's get out of here.
Really?
1.5 hours.
Really?
They had more fun at Busch Gardens when it was the real Busch Gardens, when they had the rides and it was great. Not that they don't have it now, but since Budweiser gave it up, it's lost its aura. It's lost its meaning.
A lot of add-ons that you have to get the experience.
Yeah,
a lot of add-ons if you want to meet the animals. And
Useless.
you're also, maybe we're familiar with Linda Dano and Elizabeth Hubbard's Busch Gardens. But
No, I'm not.
You weren't.
I still don't even know who these women are. I don't know where you get this shit from.
I'm still waiting for information, Johnny. I know we're probably jumping the gun quite a bit on the 2022 info on the Halloween Horror Nights. Usually around July, I think they start to put it out.
No, they start
right?
releasing it now. They should start February or March. You'll start to get some stuff.
Really?
Yeah. They'll put out teasers like Halloween Horror Nights. It's coming again. This time there's going to be several secrets you won't believe. Just that
secrets.
Yeah. It's supposed to be, and I'll tell you what, being a big fan of Halloween Horror Nights, I will say, for a 50th anniversary, I think they kind of missed the mark.
For the 50th anniversary? Well, I think it was the
30th or whatever it was,
A couple decades off.
30th anniversary. I think they missed the mark.
I don't know what to compare it to because I'd never been.
I've been to better. I would have rather seen them do, for the 30th anniversary, Halloween Horror Nights, past, present, and future. It would have been the nuts. The Shining, awesome. They had the, what was it? The Scarecrows, that was awesome. The Pumpkin King was good. That would have been a real good setup for our 30th anniversary. We're going to take you to the past, bring you into the present, and just give you a peek at future horror at Universal. I think they kind of missed it. I know I talked to a lot of fans when I was down there, and they all said the same thing. It's good. It was good, but I think they dropped the ball for 30th. 30 years?
Well, if that is considered mezza, so. I can't wait to see what a good one is like.
They had some nice ones down there with The Shining. That was really, really good. Oh God, I can't see my mind.
Have they ever had, as a man that has been to several of them, have they ever had a version where they have any actual rides? Or is it just all haunted houses?
No. Never
It's all houses?
Always houses. Yep, walk to the houses. And, they've had some good stuff, some bad stuff. I thought Beetlejuice was a waste of time.
You didn't like Beetlejuice? Well, it wasn't horror, so to speak. That was kind of fun.
But it wasn't even done the way it should be done.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm still holding on to that pole as I got so dizzy.
Oh, yeah, that was horrible, wasn't it?
And I don't know if the floor even moved, but it felt like it did. The kids were in hysterics because they had to have been wound up a good 15 feet ahead of me, and they're like, "Come on, what are you doing?"
It's an optical illusion. It's the thing.
Is that what
spinning.
it was? It was an optical illusion.
That spinning thing is what makes you feel unstable.
I thought I was done.
Yeah, I thought when I walked through there, I said, wow, this is going to be cool because I related to the movie. And if you take the movie and you try to make a house out of it, there's a lot of comical, scary things that you could do. Just a waste of time.
There were a few people that thought I was part of the attraction, believe it or not.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that.
All right, Johnny, it is a big weekend in the world of professional wrestling. It is the Royal Rumble. Can you believe, Johnny, one that began 34 years ago on the USA Network as a torpedo at the NWA as they tried to get on pay-per-view with the Bunkhouse Stampede, that it has now turned into the tradition that it is. It's been on pay-per-view or now streaming since 1989. Lots happening with the Rumble. I think, I don't know if you and I had a chance to talk. Sometimes I lose track where we do so many talk shows here in the world of Boston wrestling, but I was given, maybe this will be a great segue into the break, when talking to a friend in Stamford, Connecticut, the Big Four, supposedly for WrestleMania that they had on the docket. Did we discuss those? It must have been one of the other shows. Would you like to know what they considered their Big Four to try and fill the 102,000-seat AT&T Stadium in Dallas, April 2nd and 3rd?
Little Beaver. Oh, no?
That wasn't.
Let's have it.
Linda Danos?
Let's have it.
Right.
Let's have it.
Well, for the WWE Championship, Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. For the WWE Universal Championship, which is going to be transferring over to the SmackDown brand, Seth Rollins, who apparently is going to be defeating Roman Reigns at the Rumble, will be defending against the winner of the Rumble. And I guess there was hot debate whether that would be Bobby Lashley or Big E. Charlotte defending the SmackDown Championship against Sasha Banks, and Big Money Bex defending the Raw Women's Championship
I'm glad I didn't eat
against
breakfast.
Bianca Belair.
I'm glad I didn't eat breakfast. I'm ready to throw up.
Well,
that sucks. In plain English,
are those 4 matches that are going to sell 200,000 tickets in 2 days?
I don't think so.
All right. Well,
and I've talked to fans, and the worst thing they hate is the 2 days. Number one.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I love the 2 days.
Not in favor of the 2 days. But anyway,
let me tell you something. Where those WrestleManias started to turn into 7 and 8 hour endeavors, I think that's the best decision they made in a long time. It made, for myself and Little Maratti last year, the event really fly by. I thought it was an excellent idea.
I have friends that are not going to go because of that.
All right, well, fans, right now we're going to tease you because things are a-changing. We'll be back after this brief timeout. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Maratti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the Royal Rumble Weekend edition of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Dan Marotti, along with Linda Dano and Elizabeth Hubbard's former beau and mamas.
Can somebody tell me who they are? I have no idea who these women are. I'm sorry, I never followed that stuff. I have no idea what he's talking about.
I don't think you had to watch the
Maybe
soap
Wonder
operas.
Woman, Linda Carter, but I don't know anything about this guy.
I'm not. You didn't have to watch the soap operas to engage with them.
You'd
John.
have to know who they are to even try to engage with them.
Well, maybe you forgot their names. You've had so many.
You know what? Living proof that kids should not eat lead paint.
All right, we were talking a little bit about on Royal Rumble Weekend WrestleMania. The road has changed a little bit. It appears, believe it or not, that Sasha Banks is injured again.
Yes, she's not coming back for 2 or 3 months, I heard.
It's like the broken egg they can't put back together.
Humpty Dumpty.
And you know what? Isn't it funny, Johnny? If you rewind back to the archives of this program, several years back, you and I were having one of our interviews, and I said to you, and I didn't want to name the person, but they said that Vince McMahon had said in a group meeting that Sasha Banks is going to turn into the female Daniel Bryan. She's constantly going to be hurt. And what has happened in the ensuing years? She's constantly hurt.
I say this about...
Or having, some of her emotional issues that led to some of her time off.
Vince McMahon, believe me, long time, a legend. He understands this business better than anyone. And when he says Sasha Banks is going to be another Daniel Bryan, believe me. You know what? Nothing against Sasha. I love her to death.
It's her birthday as we're recording this
Happy
earlier in the
birthday,
week.
Sasha. All the best.
30 years old now. Can you believe that? The young little Sasha that we knew at one point?
I worked a lot of shows with her. But my whole thing is this. I guess the contracts are coming to an end. Let's see where they go from there. You know, the dirt sheets are all predicting that Charlotte Flair will end up at AEW. I imagine Sasha may or may not renew. She might end up, and I hope, AEW. She's a great performer. This is what I don't understand.
Who are you talking about?
Sasha.
Okay.
She's got that little flair. She's got it. But you know what? You can't have all these injuries. It just doesn't work well for your body, and it doesn't work well for the company.
Well, you know what? To be fair, maybe AEW would be a better place for Sasha, where it's such a more limited schedule, whether it's only once a week, as opposed to, if she's doing the house shows, she could be working at this point 3 days a week, before coronavirus 4 days a week. Maybe it would be better where her body is. She's a female. It's nothing. It's Mother Nature. She's slight. She's not a big, beefy woman. For her to no, that's not an insult, but I mean,
she's a female. You get that?
For her body to be in there taking the bumps in that same ring as the guys, I mean, that takes its toll on her, or any of the females that are that
Bumps
small.
take your tolls on male or female.
Well,
let me tell you.
Well, compare her to
I've
Bobby.
done it.
Compare her to someone like Bobby Lashley, who's 260 pounds. Who do you think that ring has taken more of an impact on, Bobby or Sasha?
Let me tell you something, brother. When you hit that ring, there's no padding. Let me tell you, you feel that. I don't care who you are. If you come down the wrong way, even if you come down the right way, it hurts.
I understand that, but where she is my point is where she is so slight, she's easier to break.
No, remember this.
Yes, yes.
We're not going to this again because you're fighting or dealing with a woman, female against female. If it was a mixed gender, I might agree with you on that because some of the guys have a tendency to get a little crazy. But no, I disagree with you 100%.
Well, wrestling fans, I'd love to know what you think. So you're trying to tell me you think that ring has the same impact on Sasha that it does someone like Doudrop?
I'm going to tell you something. I would rather take a bump as Sasha because Doudrop with the Hold on 1 second now. You think she's got the extra padding, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, see, I might as well sit here and take the words out of his mouth.
Little extra padding
because he
on
never says
Dewdrop.
anything good about anyone.
Yes, I do.
So,
well, you're going to hear what I have to say in a minute.
you know what's going to happen? Those ashes are going to come right out of that urn because you're a liar.
I'm not lying.
Oh, come on. You know what? I'll tell you this, and I'll be right up front with you. Male or female, the extra weight doesn't do you any favors when you hit that ring because you're coming down twice as hard.
Then why is she always injured?
It may be a fact that her body, there are those people who have a good solid bone structure and are able to take a lot of what's happening, or in fact, she may have a problem with her bone structure. So I wouldn't blame
You
it
think
on
it's
the
her
ring.
bones?
Well, what are most of her injuries?
Maybe we should send her over to see Dr. Scott a couple of doors down.
What are her injuries, most of her injuries?
It's a wide variety.
So the question becomes, and I'm not being a wise guy, I'm trying to be real here with this interview. My whole thing is that if I had you as a mechanic fixing my car and constantly the engine didn't work, what would I do with you? I'd find another mechanic. So the question is, and I think the world of her, and I really mean this, why is she still there?
I think she's very merchandisable. I think what can be considered merchandisable in 2022, where it's down across the board, they've invested a lot into her over the past, it'll be 7 years, the summer coming up. As far as the females go, I guess she's one of the better ones. But when you only have, a dozen or so to go across the board, you don't want to lose any of them. They're even remotely over. But, with that said, to try and, I don't know if, I don't think you could even begin to say save the show. I don't think Sasha not being there was going to hurt ticket sales all that much. But the WWE apparently making a major play for the return of the woman with a bad reputation, Ronda Rousey, who we haven't seen since the finale of WrestleMania 35. And by bad reputation, I mean her theme song by Joan Jett. Not that she has a bad reputation.
So Ronda Rousey is coming back. All right. You know, the first time we talked about it, what I said? I haven't changed my mind.
Now, wait a minute. No, I don't remember what you said.
I said that it wasn't the right thing to do. I said that she wasn't going to last. And you know what? If she's going to stay with it and she's going to dedicate herself to it, that's fine. But if you're coming back for a quick buck and WWE is looking to make some money at it, I'm going to tell you right now, my personal opinion, been there, done that, old hat. Just like Lesnar versus the Tribal Chief. Been there, done that, old hat. I could really care about that match.
Well, all right. Let's throw out, you know me, I like to throw out my creative booking.
Oh, I'm sure
now,
you do.
Now, if I'm sitting there, I got my magic, it's not a pen, it's a pencil, it's a Sharpie.
Yeah, your stuff disappears when you write it, though.
How did WrestleMania 35 end? Becky Lynch became the Raw, SmackDown, and Women's Champion by pinning Rousey in a lousy finish at the end of WrestleMania 35.
Ronda Rousey got pilled in a lousy finish. Okay, we got that.
I mean, and the crowd left feeling lousy. Very lousy, because it was like a funeral when we were leaving. But anyway, so let's say Rousey comes back Sunday to the Royal Rumble and wins. Think of the intrigue you could have building it up. Is she going to go for revenge against Becky Lynch for pinning her in that lousy finish at WrestleMania? Is she going to go after the SmackDown Women's Champion, Charlotte Flair, where Lesnar is now more Raw affiliated than SmackDown affiliated? I'm sure Fox officials would love to have Rousey on their network TV show. Where do you think Rousey, where would she be looking? What direction? Raw? For the Raw title against Becky or the SmackDown title against Charlotte? Because I cannot see Bianca Belair winning back-to-back Royal Rumbles. Stone Cold Steve Austin, she is not.
No, but you never know with the WWE what's going to happen. That's the element of surprise. I've seen it change in the ring. When the referee goes to the earpiece, and all of a sudden it's like, roll over, he's going over. So it's like, I don't know. First of all, Rousey hasn't been around for a while. I don't think people really care about her.
Oh, I think just the opposite. Even if interest wanes, I think the pop she'll get when she comes out, if she makes a surprise return, will blow the roof off of whatever that arena is called in St. Louis.
Disagree.
Well, we'll see.
Disagree with that 100%. You know what? You got to polish it and bring something new in. She destroyed her image when she lost, when she was doing MMA, and then she transitioned. She tarnished it. She tarnished it.
What do you
she had
mean
a
she
great
tarnished
opportunity. Her unsportsmanlike conduct.
What was her unsportsmanlike conduct?
Please, I'm not doing it. I'm done. She got beat. She never in her life.
You're talking about WWE or UFC?
UFC.
Oh, okay.
She never in her life expected to get beat. Now she transitions to wrestling. Great. Stay with it. No, got to leave to have a family. God bless you. I think that's awesome. You know, the only way...
Well, you know what? No, now you're going to get me going. At least she did business the right way on the way out. Unlike Becky Lynch, who they passed the quote-unquote torch to, who handed Asuka the women's title in a fucking lunchbox to say, here, thank you for making me the face of the company as your business declined across the board over the past year, and letting me pin UFC star Ronda Rousey in the first female main event in WrestleMania history. Here, Asuka, here's your lunchbox. Now you're the women's champion. And Asuka, and you're trying to tell me you're going to shoot on Rousey compared to how Lynch went about it? Lynch couldn't have, like I've stated before, gone to WWE and said, I'd like to start a family. I'd like to have time off. How can we go about doing this the best way so we can put someone new over the way you put me over?
Do you ever stop to think that WWE might have been behind the length of time and the way she left? Because they want every last drop of wine in the bottle. So you know what?
So if you want every last drop of wine, no. If you want every last drop of wine in the bottle, why don't you have Becky Lynch take a pinfall before she leaves instead of giving Asuka a lunchbox?
Because they want to build her up for this big return. You got to understand how they think.
A year and a half later?
What? You know what?
Come on, Johnny, you're smarter than that.
All I'm saying is this. I'm saying the way she went out, somebody had to approve how it went down and when it went down.
Yeah, if she showed up and said, I'm pregnant and I can't wrestle, they had to come up with something on the fly.
Well, of course. It's just like you saying, Miami's no good, I can't wrestle.
But, I mean, if she had the ability to say, okay, Seth and I would like to start a family, who can I put over on the way out to have this child? I think that would have been respectable.
Maybe the boss said otherwise. You know what you got to do with Rousey and Becky Lynch?
What's that?
She's always talking about being the man. She'd fight anybody any way she can. Good. Let's make it a mixed match. Martial art, her MMA skills, UFC, and wrestling. Let's see how it really comes out. Are you really the man? Can you really take it? Can you handle it? That might interest people. But you know what? I have no interest in Ronda Rousey. I don't believe the fans have any interest in Ronda Rousey. She's been good. Where is she popped up? What has she done? Where is her face?
I think as far as the storyline possibilities go, it's intriguing. Let's per se, she does return at the Royal Rumble and wins the Royal Rumble, I think there'll be a little intrigue as far as who she decides to challenge for the championship at WrestleMania.
Well, of course.
That's my only point.
If Charlotte Flair decides to go, obviously it'll be Charlotte.
I don't know when her deal is up, but as far as I know,
it's close.
She's locked in for Mania season at least.
Okay, but she's close.
Okay.
So if you choose to pick one that's leaving, or the dirt sheets say that's her venue, then it'll be her. You know, I don't know. I look at what they're doing and the product they're putting out. It's lackluster. There's no storylines. It's just, it's not good. And when you get people like Booker T coming out saying they are a contender, I mean, stop. Let's really sit back and say, who's the contender out there? AEW, the guy and the folks you thought, and I'm going to quote what I used to read and what people used to tell me. Cena, you're nuts. They're not going to survive. They're a 90-day deal done. You know what? You're eating your words, because the difference between them and the WWE, and WWE has the ability to do it, and they won't. They're producing wrestling with storylines, with interest, with
Without
continuation.
skits.
Yeah, who needs the? You can put comedy in a little bit here and there. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You know what?
One women's match a show.
That makes you happy.
Yes, very
Good.
happy. Very happy.
You know what? I was always a Roman Reigns guy. No good. No. I'm telling you what. I'm a Roman Reigns supporter now. What they did with Reigns should have been done in the beginning.
He's about it across both shows.
But you
of
know
any
what?
Interest.
People are tired now. They're tired of Reigns.
Well, back to Johnny. Do you have a pick for the women's Rumble as it is now? Do you think it'll be one of your almost in-laws, Nikki and Brie Bella?
Are they in the Rumble?
Unfortunately, yes. They are that stuck for talent. They had to go digging deep.
So the septic system is overflowed. You know what?
You can look, but you can't
Oh,
touch.
please. And now what is it? Daniel Bryan's wife?
Brie Bella is going to be Dancing with the Stars, so she
In
can
Dirty Dancing with
Dirty
the Stars.
Dancing with the Stars. Either your name is Cupcakes Hausman.
Oh, please. You know what? They're great people, great folks.
Now that's debatable.
Well, but you know, I really don't want to go anywhere else. So my whole thing is very simple. It's over. Bye. See you. When you come out, you're going to get booed.
Yes, I don't think the fans are going to be that happy to see them. But fans, we're going to continue with our journey across Royal Rumble weekend after this brief timeout. Stand by. Wrestling fans in the Northeast, discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling MWF Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s are on sale now. Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and the Berzerker are just 4 of at least 8 80s WWF icons that will be joining us live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday, April the 16th, there will be a VIP exclusive Q&A session, autographs, pose photos, then the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve. Join us for a party to celebrate the legends of the rockin' wrestling era. Get the best seats in the house. Save now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live on April the 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to this. I guess it's going to be all Royal Rumble edition of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Johnny, not all that excited about the potential of Ronda Rousey's return. Definitely not excited about the potential return of the Bellas. What do you think about maybe the follow-up to Trash Bag Gate? You have, for the first time, Impact Wrestling Women's Champion Mickie James competing in the Female Rumble. Very interesting to see WWE have positive relations with another company when most of the time it's anything but.
Let's see. Mickie James, black plastic rubbish bag. Here's your shit. It's been real. But I'll come back and work for you. You know what? I know this is a crazy business. But when you treat somebody that way, I guess, if it were I'm sorry. Money isn't everything. My personal pride means more to me than the dollar bill. My personal respect for myself. If you're going to pack my stuff in a plastic bag and send it to me and say, sayonara, sucker, excuse me, as my dear friend Vicky Guerrero would say, I'm sorry. Look, I've worked shows with Mickie James. I respect her. She's a tremendous athlete. She's got a good feel for the business, as does her husband. They're a great duo. They're a great team. But you know what? She's going to come back, and I'm going to say this, and I probably am, I hope I'm not right, but the fans are going to go, okay.
You don't think they'll care?
I just think it's going to be like, okay. You know, with the Bellas, it's going to be, oh, shit. But with Mickie James, it's going to be, okay, she's here. She can get the crowd going. Look at that. I go back to that thing when she was first introduced into the business, when she had this fixation for our friend
Lesbian sex.
up in Canada.
One of your favorite things. You, Linda Dano, and Elizabeth Hubbard, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't alive in the 70s.
This man has weird fantasies. You need to see a
You did it!
You need to go see Dr. David Reese. Wow! Holy mackerel!
But let me ask you this, though, Johnny. Yay or nay, do you think WWE will let her come out to the ring wearing the Impact Wrestling Women's Championship belt?
No.
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 I think that would add a little spice to it, myself.
Once again, it'll be an old storyline where we had Medusa, your favorite person, swing over to the, other side and drop it in the trash.
Did you happen to check out Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays with John Nord, the Berzerker, last night?
No.
Well, he's not a fan of Medusa's. He said he's ashamed to say that she's from Minnesota. And I said, well, what would you ask her if you interviewed her? And you know what he said? Because he claims she talks about it. So she's got sagging tits, a sagging ass, and all she does is talk about herself. So I said, well, what would you ask her, John? What do you think you have, a golden clit?
Totally unrespectful to
Well,
the
that
Berzerker.
was John Nord, not
to
me.
the Berzerker.
Oh.
And totally unrespectful to Medusa. Now, I was at the show in November.
Was it golden?
And I can only tell you this. First of all, she didn't talk only about herself.
Yeah, all she did was talk about money.
Well, that has to deal with her and the promoter. But I'll tell you, I had some great conversations with her. I'll tell you, it was a great get together to see old friends.
Oh, I thought
Is
that was
Oscar
funny.
going to be there for the
Who?
Oscar?
Oh, I thought you said Oscar,
No,
the Japanese star of WWE. I'm not sure if the VP will be there. VP's getting a little hot under the collar with Chairman Manolian.
Why?
Oh, I think, personality conflict, I guess. One views one in one way, and the other views another way, I guess. Maybe is the PC way to put it.
Welcome to the world of professional
No
wrestling.
kidding.
Anyway.
Do you have a pick? I'll say this before we get to the picks. You talk about respect. The Iconics were offered now of Impact Wrestling a spot in the Female Royal Rumble, and they turned it down after they were released.
Congratulations for somebody finally saying, you may be the biggest, you may be the best, but we're not interested because it's not what we want to do.
You respect the Iconics.
I respect them. I respect
I do too.
You know what? And people will look at me and go, you're out of your mind, Cena. No, I'm not. That's what I'm talking about with Mickie James. Say no. Say no.
She wanted the payday.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
But also this, I also think it is historic to be able to say that the Impact Wrestling Women's Champion competed in the WWE Royal Rumble, no matter who it is. I think that's pretty cool.
So who are they doing the favor to? Are they going to pop for Impact Wrestling? The fans don't like Impact Wrestling. It shows.
Why do you say that?
It shows by the numbers. It shows
Well,
by
they're on a TV channel that no one gets.
What's that tell you, man? My 8-year-old granddaughter, Ashlyn, knows more. I mean, you know what? I'm going to give a plug to Butler Properties over there in Tewksbury. That whole group of people are property managers.
Yeah.
Knows more about what you're talking about when they say, wait a minute. They said no. Congratulations. Smart move. I'll bet you nobody ever said no.
Well, Kelly Kelly is going to return for the Female Rumble. Any interest in that? Very lovely lady. I don't know why she ever bothered to get into pro wrestling, but that's a different story for a different time.
I agree with you 100% on that one.
But I just, when I ever saw Nikki and Brie, you should have heard the sounds coming from my stomach.
Well, I just told you, good. I'm glad I had breakfast. And the septic system's overflowing.
And it's unbelievable, Johnny. They want to have a 30-women Rumble. They don't want to bring up too many people that are unknown from NXT to water it down and make it boring to the you know, the non-diehard fans that don't watch NXT, why did they release so many women to begin with?
Gee, thank you. I'm with you. Why are they releasing all these people?
Yeah.
So, you know what? They've shot themselves in the foot, unfortunately. I don't think it's going to be an interesting Women's Royal Rumble. I really don't. I'm not impressed with the card, as I just said to you.
Do you think Doudrop has a chance?
That might surprise the shit out of everyone.
Well, I don't want to see it coming out of her, but anyway.
Well, I think, you know, who knows? Who knows? If you're
you got to pick?
If Ronda Rousey is the one that you think is going to win, and Ronda, please, I'm having fun. You know what? I respect her. I really do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I have an obligation.
Yes.
And the obligation
to be
is
honest.
That's exactly right. So I do respect her. She's a tremendous human being. She brings a lot to the table. But the fact of the matter is, not my cup of tea. I don't know if I had to pick anybody. If Rousey's involved in it, I hate to agree with you, but that's the one that makes sense. Doudrop, if and I don't know who came up with that name, Vince. But if Bubbles, she look, you know what? I look at that outfit she wears with the rainbow, you know, it's a sparkly thing with the. Why don't they just call her, you know, Bubbles? I mean, she's, you know.
She dyed her hair red. She'd look a little bit like Melissa McCarthy.
Oh, please. Even Melissa McCarthy lost weight.
Well.
And I'm not saying, look, I'm overweight.
Yeah.
So, you know what? What's the old saying? Never spit in the wind.
Yeah.
And before you criticize, look in the
Be
mirror.
accused of weightism.
Look in the mirror
Body
and then
shaming.
go out. Yeah,
Body
you know what?
shaming, Doudrop.
You can't body shame a person like that
No.
because this society, here I go again pontificating, is hung up on thin people, slim people, great-looking people. You know what, folks? God made us all different. Some of us like the way we are. And when I did motivational speaking, and I still do, if you're happy with you, stay the way you are. Be happy. Enjoy life. Don't let anybody put you under the bus. Oh, you're fat. You're ugly. I'm 20 pounds overweight. I'm happy with me. I don't give a damn what anybody else says.
Well, what kind of condition were these soap opera stars in back in the 70s?
I don't even know them.
All right.
Anyway, back to
who's your
Doudrop.
pick for the? Oh, back to Doudrop.
If you put Doudrop would be the pick for somebody to go against the champ because you know she's not going to win. It's if you're looking to get a little fight and then it's over and done with. I have to go.
I can see why they never offered you a job in WWE Creative.
No,
if Doudrop would be.
Maybe I'm not explaining my logic
all right.
correctly. If you're looking for a setup match where the anticipation is great, it's like putting my friend Hogswallow in there against the Tribal Chief. Come on. Rey Mysterio defeating Braun Strowman. Let's be real about this, you know?
Yeah.
So if I were looking to set something up and build a lot of heat, she might be the one we could do it with. But I think if they use Rousey as the one that comes out and make it anything goes where UFC can come into play, because the Irish lady, God love her, she's a sweetheart. You know, I can take anybody. I'm the man. I ain't the one that can do it. I'll show you. I'm always ready for a fight. Well, let's make it a fight.
Well, Doudrop and Big Match Bex or whatever her name is, they're going at it at the Rumble. So
that's right.
That would
see
be
what
hard.
happens. So I guess I got to go with Ronda Rousey.
Do you think there's any chance Bianca could repeat? Throw the fans a swerve. Maybe wait to bring back Rousey for a little bit, where there's a lot of time between now and WrestleMania. Yeah. Could you see Bianca maybe going over and her, again, having the pick between the Raw and the SmackDown titles?
Well, I will say this. I think when she was the champ, she created interest. People wanted to watch. And
I enjoyed her to a degree, which says a lot.
She carried the title with respect. She did her job with respect. But as I said on another podcast, it's going to be short-lived. I would definitely give her another shot.
Would you give her 2 Royal Rumble wins to build up that credibility? No. All right. Well, and quickly, Johnny, as this episode is derailed, as they usually do.
I don't derail them.
And what disgusts me, to have the King of Drip, or whatever he's called nowadays, Seth Rollins, defeating Roman Reigns at the Royal Rumble for the Universal Championship to set up WrestleMania, and then bring the title over to the SmackDown brand, or bring Seth over to the SmackDown brand with it. Who do you see Seth working with at Mania? They told me it was either going to be Big E or Lashley.
Well, I'm telling you right now, and here I go. It can't be Lashley. It can't be Big E.
That's what I was just going to say.
It cannot.
I almost dropped an F-bomb.
That will be destructive to everyone, including my friend Big E.
That's not a WrestleMania main event.
No, and you know what? I think they did what they did with Big E. He deserved a chance. Everybody deserves a chance.
No!
Whoa, stop.
No!
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the problem with wrestling in 2022. Everybody doesn't deserve a chance. It's not a Lifetime Achievement Award. It's a championship that should be put on someone that's either going to A, draw you a lot of money, or B, is already drawing you a lot of money. There was nothing big coming out of Big E other than big declines in attendance.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah?
It's make-believe.
Hey, John. Do you know how many real tickets they sold at MSG? Do you know how many real tickets they have out for MSG for March? 3,000 at Madison Square Garden as a reflection of the Big E.
And how many they sell?
No, that's how many they have sold.
3,000.
Yes.
And Big E's the headline?
Oh, he's not the champion anymore, no.
Right.
But he did.
It's make-believe. And you know what?
No.
Stop and think about this.
Whatever the presentation may be, I don't care if it's a movie, whatever it is, it's supposed to, he didn't stabilize business, and it sure as hell tanked. He was not a guy that is main event material.
Right, but they thought. See, here's what you got to do. It's not
Well,
me
they
or
thought
you.
the wrong way.
I agree with you. I'm not arguing with you. I concur. But what they did is they sat back and they said, you know what, the guy's doing pretty good, blah, blah, blah. Maybe, just maybe, once they put the belt on him, once they saw the results, it should have been one of those 30 days gone. You know what I'm saying?
What positives were there going for Big E when they put the belt on him, other than he won the pointless Money in the Bank now, where they have 2 a year and the people don't care about it anymore?
Nobody cares about that anymore.
It's long past its prime as far as being relevant.
It's all half.
Much like Elimination Chamber, much like Hell in the Cell. They overdid it. They overkilled it. Now nobody cares. Elimination Chamber was a great concept. They took the blood away first. Then they started to have the women's version of Elimination Chamber. Then instead of it being all steel, they had to cover it with mats on the outside of the ring, on the chamber itself, to take away the element of violence. Hell in the Cell, they had to change the color of it to try and take away from, the lack of blood in the match itself, to the point where instead of, again, having one, they had to have 2 or even 3 on each pay-per-view to make that irrelevant. So Money in the Bank, same thing. 2 of them, same night, irrelevant. You can't even remember who wins anymore. There's been so many of them. But anyway,
cares.
So Big E won the Money in the Bank. He had to cash it in. And you castrate a guy that was actually getting over. It took them 13 or so years to put the title on Bobby Lashley due to the way he left the company back in 2007, which is a disgrace. That's a different story for a different time, because Bobby Lashley is a grade A quality human being.
Amen.
He was over with the fans. His work was great.
Yep.
He actually got a decent match out of Goldberg at SummerSlam, which was a Lifetime Achievement Award in and of itself. And then to take the title off of him for Big E, which in another language, in another culture, equals nobody cares. It was an embarrassment. I can only hope that Bobby Lashley wins the Royal Rumble and goes on to face Seth Rollins at WrestleMania for the Universal Championship.
Well, you know he's not going to take that.
Many things can happen between now and then.
It's not going to happen.
The Elimination Chamber is headed to the Kingdom of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia in February, so the titles will be on the line there. But I don't, whether Rollins, I could be wrong, whether Rollins beats Roman Reigns at Royal Rumble this weekend or he somehow wins it at Elimination Chamber, I don't care. Roman Reigns should not lose to anybody. Your thoughts?
Roman Reigns should lose because it's time. It's time.
No.
All right.
All right, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
You know what?
I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, you're not interrupting. I think what you got to do is you got to look at the fans. And the fans are tired now.
Who do you
He
have
is
that's
not-
credible for him to lose to? Seth Rollins?
No,
Seth
no,
Rollins
I don't
has
know.
no credibility.
I'm not in favor of that.
Okay.
I'm not deaf. Don't get me wrong.
All right, all right.
I think that's another travesty.
Yes.
When Big E took the title from Lashley, what's the first thing I said?
Yeah.
What were they thinking? This is stupid. All right, you want to let him take the title? You had the storyline with Lashley and Big E. That would have given you a consensus of the draw. Once you saw the draw was nil, Lashley gets it back. It's a trial and error. Trial and error. To let, if you're right in who you spoke to, if Rollins beats the tribal chief, the biggest mistake in the world.
To be fair, he could also win it at Elimination Chamber in some kind of a schmaz finish, but which would almost be better than doing it in a singles match. But I don't think Roman should lose. If you were booking Roman to lose at all, who would it be? The only two I could see with any credibility to
I
me...
give Lashley a shot.
That's what I was just going to say. Lashley or Lesnar. The only two with the credibility.
I give it to Lashley. I would give it to Lashley. And the reason I give it to Lashley is because, you know what?
No one cares about Seth Rollins. It's
No,
done.
no, and it's not that he's not a good man. It's not that he's not a good wrestler.
No, he's minus the castration of his character
There you
since
go.
the end of WrestleMania
They
35.
destroyed him.
His in-ring body of work is fantastic. He's a hell of an athlete.
Yep.
It's just nobody cares about the character anymore.
I would give
they
it
pissed on him.
I would give it to Lashley because he's a badass. He can carry it, and he might be the guy responsible for Reigns changing his tune. But I would think you don't want to give it to Brock again. I mean, unless it's going to switch over to a Lashley-Lesnar match, and then Lashley takes it from Lesnar. I don't understand their logic.
I told them for WrestleMania they need Austin to referee Lesnar and Reigns. They need to have nothing but brawls week in and week out. They need something to spicing up that show, Johnny. Who is going to want to go?
I watched Brock Lesnar beat the living snuff, literally beat the living snuff out of Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
I don't need to see that again. It's old hat.
Well, if they're going to do it, how would you spicing it up? I would try and figure out a way to get Undertaker on the show in some way. I would try and figure out a way to get Austin on the show in some way for WrestleMania.
All right, who is...
what are you going to do? Have Austin referee, Becky Lynch, and
who's
Ronda Rousey?
Who's Heyman managing now?
Lesnar.
So why not bring Lesnar and Heyman down to the ring, and why not bring a surprise Reigns and Taker down to the ring? Or get him some mean minute. I have no interest in that match. It's been done 1,000 times.
If Austin was the ref, that wouldn't interest you at all? No?
Bull, please. It's a waste of Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What would you do with Steve Austin if you could get him to do something where you know he's not going to wrestle? What would you have Austin do? I think guest ref is about it, or guest host, but I mean, that's old hat.
I wouldn't say that Austin wouldn't wrestle. I wouldn't rule that out.
Well, Johnny, we're talking 19 years.
Yeah, but so what? So what? When you look at some of these dudes out there that are still in the business, I would not write off Steve Austin. But I think what you've got to do with Austin, it's just like when you use The Rock. You've got to make sure you've got that right slot that's going to put him over. Even if you bring him back and just let him do what The Rock did. Just blah, 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 and then get a little bit involved with a slap. Yeah, that's it. The crowd will go through the roof. He didn't have to do, it's like Vicky Guerrero. All she has to do is come and go, excuse me. The crowd goes nuts.
You think Shane O'Mac will be involved?
Oh, yes, he'll be there somehow.
He's got to get his big payday for Mania.
He's a good friend, and I really mean this. I love him. I love Vince. I love the whole family. But Shane O'Mac is cut from a different cloth. Down to earth, great human being. He cares. He puts his whole friggin' body on the line. Guy's crazy. He's he's nuttier than Foley.
Do you think he sits back to himself and wonders, geez, I almost killed myself last year at WrestleMania being hurled off of the top of the cage by Strowman, and now the guy isn't even in the company. Johnny, I got to ask you before we go, Howard Miller has given us about 9 wrap-up signs.
Yep.
Do you have a pick for the Rumble winner, despite anything I said I should have asked you for your picks before I went into
it should be Lashley.
You think you'd give it to Lashley?
I give it to Lashley. No question about it.
What about Billy Goldberg? One more match under contract. Do you think it'll be at Mania? Farewell to Billy Goldberg. Do you think AEW might want Billy Goldberg? He'd fit in with some of the other guys.
Once again, I'm glad I hadn't had breakfast. I say it 1,000 times, and I mean this, Bill Goldberg, I have nothing but respect. Nothing but respect. I certainly wouldn't want to meet this guy at a bar or in an alley.
You've said that
He'd kick
before,
the living
but
shit
I'm
out of
talking
it.
about the character of Billy Goldberg.
I understand that. I think it's done.
All right, wrestling fans, we would love to know what you think about your Royal Rumble predictions. With the Blizzard coming Saturday, I don't know what the heck is going to happen as far as a watch-along goes. Of course, we're going to try and do everything we can to try and make it happen, but you know what? If I had snowshoes and I lived closer, I'd guarantee it, but I live a little too... You think that's what I should do?
You and Howard sleep over.
Oh, Howard, he's much too busy. He's having sleepovers of a different kind.
Well, have a sleepover here.
If it was the 70s, he'd be with Linda Dano and Elizabeth Hubbard.
Why don't you have a sleepover here? We can convince Howard.
Well, we'll have maybe John C. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. Definitely won't be, well, that's a different story for a different time. But anyway, again, we'd love to hear your Royal Rumble picks in the premiere chat if you watch it on Friday nights, or in the description box below. If we went a little long on this episode, we apologize. But sometimes when we get talking the king of sports, professional wrestling, baby, we don't know how to stop. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Don't forget, tickets are on sale now. VIP packages are on fire for when we go back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. BostonWrestling.com is the place to be. We have our ongoing Indiegogo campaign to bring Marty Jannetty back to MWF Studios. We've raised enough to cover him for about 1 day. We're going to keep the campaign going because we need him for 3 days. On top of that, we have the Patreon streaming service. This weekend, a lot of people are going to be housebound. How about early, full-screen, ad-free access to all of our Weeknight Wrestling Insider episodes? How about access to the archives of over 300 full-length Wrestling Insider studio shoot interviews? How about a studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, thanks to Sheiky Baby. You got some Patreon exclusives you can't find anywhere else. Other bonuses, my own little podcast that you guys have asked for that I'm going to be doing so much more, all for the price of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. At patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Link can be found in the description box below and across our social media. Again, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati, Elizabeth Hubbard, Linda Dano, all of you, be happy, be healthy, be safe. Until we speak again, good night from Boston.
No matter how wild and crazy things get here in Boston wrestling, you can always count on John Cena Sr. to be that calming presence, even if things do get a little crazy. Sometimes humorous, sometimes rambunctious between Johnny and I. Don't forget that John Cena Sr. is back for brand new episodes every Friday night at 11 p.m. after SmackDown and AEW Rampage. Always interesting insight from a man that promoted spot shows for the WWF in the 70s, all the way through main eventing Raw against Randy Orton. Again, folks, the clock is ticking. Get your discounted VIP packages and tickets to our Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest ASAP at BostonWrestling.com. The 11 weeks between now and then are going to fly. We should be having a 5th featured superstar announcement coming within days, if not hours. If you're looking for cool merchandise to add to your wrestling collection, check out the Boston Wrestling eBay store. Link in the description box below, or simply click the store button on BostonWrestling.com. We're trying to get Marty Jannetty back into the studio ASAP for a brand new season of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. You can directly help the cause by supporting our prize-filled Indiegogo campaign. Link in the description box below and across our social media platform. And don't forget to join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family during these cold winter months at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If you enjoyed tonight's supersized episode, please, fans, in all seriousness, don't forget the Super Chat button is open for business. If everybody donated $1 that watched, the things we'd be able to do each and every week, each and every month, it's ridiculous. Don't forget to tip the bartender for hours of wrestling history and memories that we try and bring you each and every week. Until then, folks, it is that time. It is that time, as my good friend Seven walks by the window. He was actually mentioned during Oscar's podcast. Oscar is with us after Raw every Monday night. Poor Seven walks by this window. His posture is as bad as my feet. He's bent over like the number 7. I don't know what the man's name is other than he's shaped like the number 7. We only wish him the best as well. Until we speak again, folks, I'll be back next Saturday with another Wrestling Insiders we can review, God willing. Until then, you and yours, be healthy, be safe. Good night from Boston.
Hi, this is Phil DeCesare. Thank you for enjoying tonight's Wrestling Insiders. Get early full-screen ad-free access to all our weeknight Wrestling Insider episodes while helping keep wrestling legends working by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can directly help us bring you more great historical wrestling content 7 days a week to enjoy for years to come.